Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Qualifier Day 3, and a bunch of headlines and a bunch of great traders coming in here today to trade Qualifier Day 3, getting ready for the final chance to get into the big round, which would be November 17th. So we've got a stacked lineup for everybody today, so stay tuned with us throughout the morning and the afternoon. Joining me in studio, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Shai. And then macro strategist Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
Great Sunday show last night, by the way.
Thank you.
Really loved hearing the macro insights. Everybody, if you did not catch the Sunday night show, check it out after the show, maybe. And on the big screen, my man, senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. It is a glorious day, not because the Hoosiers dominated Maryland again, but because we have the qualifying cup. Number 3, it's going to be epic.
Look at Jimmy all in his ninja gear for it.
I know he is. Him and Craig they're all ninja geared up. Mine was still not wrote through the road.
I'm in the middle of a move. I don't even know where mine is.
So good morning, Chad. Hope everyone's doing well today. Quite a bit of headlines overnight coming into the week. We'll get into the tape here in just a minute. Shai the news.
So we had a big OPEC meeting this weekend. They agreed again to a small increase of 137,000 barrels a day for December. But kind of the big surprise came when they decided to pause increases in Q1 of next year. So they're pausing for January, February, and March, at least so far. That did come a little bit unexpected, but we are, what they said in the press release was, in view of the steady global economic outlook and current healthy market fundamentals, as reflected in the low oil inventories, the 8 countries decided to implement a production adjustment of 137,000 barrels today. We do have a guest, Abdulaziz, here this morning to talk about what's going on in that, and also to talk about, this supposed supply glut that we keep hearing about, and so he's going to clear up a lot of things for us in the oil markets. Moving on, we have gold steady around 4,000 after China and some tax incentives. Gold did open down because of this. As of Monday, there was China ended their long-standing tax rebate for retailers, and a change that could weigh on demand. So we did see gold open down, but it has worked its way back up. Really, this tax went from 6% up to 13%. But I think the market kind of digested that this really only affects retailers like jewelers and retailers that sell bars and coins, and not so much else. So we do have gold back up this morning after opening down. We have the White House says China's going to restart some metal exports to the U.S. They said that China will issue general licenses valid for exports of rare earths, gallium, germanium, antimony, and graphite for the benefit of the U.S. end users and suppliers. The White House said in a fact sheet on Saturday. Caveat here is China has not confirmed this whatsoever. Now, moving on, we have the big Supreme Court date coming up to decide if Trump's tariffs are legal
this week, right?
or not. Right, and so we had Besant on the wires also this weekend, and saying, first Trump said, for decades our country's been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, and friend and foe alike, and we're keeping these tariffs. And then this weekend, Besant also said that he believes the Supreme Court will hold up the tariffs, but if it strikes down the tariffs, they can switch to they can invoke Section 338 of the Tariff Act of 1930, which allows tariffs up to 50% on countries that discriminate against U.S. commerce. So if they do strike it down, they have another card in their back pocket, and they're going to have another way to keep the tariffs, which then would have to go through the court system all over again. And then, of course, Microsoft signs a $9.7 billion AI cloud deal with Iron. Are you a little excited about that this morning, Anthony?
Shareholder.
Yes. So the 5-year agreement will provide Microsoft access to NVIDIA's accelerator systems in Texas, built using the GB300 architecture for AI workloads, and includes a 20% prepayment, Iron said in a statement on Monday. So that was the big news in the kind of the AI tech world this morning. We also have the Treasury issuance coming up, and so bond dealers are on watch for the Treasury issuance. Scott Bessent, if you remember, Scott Bessent and Trump both said that they wanted to lean towards more shorter maturities in the government funding mix. And so we'll find out Wednesday when Bessent's department releases its quarterly statement on debt sales and issuance in the $30 trillion Treasury market. And so all eyes on that to see if they switch duration or if they keep the duration that they have, which is mostly 10 years. And last but not least, we have Glencore to shut Canada's largest copper metal operation over costs. Basically, this just reinforces the fact that we have copper shortages. The annual estimate output for that particular venue is 300,000 metric tons. They're shutting it down due to the environmental issues with the government and also the rising power costs.
Power, energy, AI cloud computing. The story's not over. It's hit me up a little bit on the Iron post. Yeah, I mean, I'm a shareholder of it. I've been buying that stock. And again, I think that story is the next, it's kind of like the fourth quarter of the rally. It's not the fourth quarter of the theme, but it's of the rally, I think. I think you're going to get a lot of these good headlines that come into the end of the year and parts of the AI space that have not been talked about a ton yet, maybe in some of these smaller circles. But I think that this is going to be, again, kind of a year-end theme that continues to build. I've been saying this over and over again. Big themes like this do not end in November. They end at the beginning of the next year. And I'm not saying that the theme is ending, but the market theme, the market's tied to for the rally. Again, seeing the Nasdaq's up 136 points. I mean, you look at it and go, there's too much momentum going into. I know we talk about seasonality, but it really, and if there's any time I look at seasonality that makes the most sense to me in a market that I've seen many times before, where if you have an early correction early in the year, and then you get to the end of the year, very seldom do you have two major corrections in the year, and the second one's in November or December. Again, doesn't mean it can't happen, but if it's going to happen, it'll be very obvious when it's about to happen. It'll be headline driven. It'll be technicals to be broken down. It's not going to be from us, grinding above short-term moving averages, all the indexes, kind of grinding higher with the VIX melting lower after we come out of 45% of the earnings last week, right? And the FOMC meeting, and the market just didn't even flinch.
Well, and you have the end of fourth quarter, end of year. Everybody wants their bonuses.
I mean, it's what I'm saying. It's just, again, I think that, unfortunately, I think equities, I mean, if you're holding equities, I mean, I'm always holding equities, but I think that it's a grindy up into the next year. Probably a time to do some selling towards the end of the year. But again, I don't think you're going to see real sellers in equities unless it's headline driven. But this week, that big news that is coming could be big news. Talk to us more about that and what else you saw in the tape. And the big news I'm referring to is
the tariff ruling. Well, the tariff hearings will be on Wednesday morning, the 5th, and you'll get some opening statements from the administration and the other side. But you'll hear from the judges their line of questioning, right? And so we'll get a sense for their receptivity or maybe how they're leaning. And this is a big deal for the administration. Trump has characterized it as catastrophic if it's ruled against him, and so we'll see. I mean, it's hard to tell, but clearly tariff revenues have really helped the budget deficit from not expanding as aggressively this year, and it's really helped the bond market. And we've seen a pretty sizable rally in bond yields all year. Bonds all year, yields lower. Commensurate with the slowdown in the economy, but also from the improving deficit situation. So if it's ruled against, we won't know for probably 30 to 45 days is best guess, but we may get some color on that later this week, depending on how the questions go. So that's a big deal. last week was huge, right? I mean, last week was last week of the month, 5 of the 7 Mag 7 plus the Nvidia Investor Day, plus we had the Fed meeting and we had the Trump Xi headlines and tariff deal. So you had just an exorbitant amount of hedging and call buying and put buying and craziness kind of all week. And so not clear to me that the equity market necessarily digested all of that news last week. I think we're going to start to see it digest more of it this week. But where it did digest was in the bond market. We've seen the front end yields have moved higher, 15 basis points in twos, from the lows on Wednesday afternoon, as the Fed has introduced more of a two-way understanding for December. Powell really did push back against this idea that rate cuts in December are definitely coming. We may ultimately get there in the end, but he made a concerted effort to push back against that. And the dollar's starting to move again, right? DXY seems like it's breaking out here from a multi-month range. And so you have this dynamic of yields moving higher, dollar moving higher. And with respect to equities, look, I think the parts of the economy that have struggled are going to continue to struggle, right? Parts that are tied in to the labor market decelerating, the low-end consumer. I mean, restaurant stocks last week were a disaster. Various travel stocks have been very soft. Low-end consumer-related stocks have been terrible. Transports, regional banks. I mean, the breadth is not accelerating. The breadth is narrowing here. More and more capital is finding AI, CapEx, and related stories, whether it's in power, whether it's in mining, in other subsectors. But these other sectors are falling off here too. So, and then last week you had, 2 of the generals in the Mag 7 got hit pretty good. I mean, specifically Meta. A big concern there with the deteriorating free cash flow dynamics and the need for them to hit the bond market, which we knew they were going to do, but still a pretty sizable bond offering, for them as they're going to commit to spending exorbitant amounts of CapEx, and it's not clear what the return profiles are going to look like. We saw this at Oracle 6 weeks ago. That stock hasn't made a high, since middle of September. So if we start to lose some of that support from these leading Mag 7 names, Microsoft too, struggled as well. That may make it harder for the melt up in Nasdaq. We may see melt up in related subsectors, but can the tape continue to melt up into year end amid some of this headwind in macro from the dollar and from yields and from some of the concerns about the profitability and the returns on all of this CapEx? That's what I'll be watching for this week, in addition to those catalysts on the Supreme Court.
Yeah, Supreme Court's going to be very interesting to see what that news does to the tape. But again, talking about the tape narrowing right now, it always narrows towards the end, right? I mean, this is what happens. I've traded through times like this before, and what happens is that the market's tied to the major theme, which is AI. Then you see other parts of AI that have not been getting as much love in the mainstream. They might be getting love in the people that are really closely following it, but they start getting it in the mainstream, and that's what you see, I think, this morning, with Iron, which I think is, again, it sets up for what the end of the year is. You're going to continue to see likely more good headlines in this theme. And then eventually it fizzles off. The rally is narrow and gets narrower as time goes by, takes the oxygen out of the room, and then we'll see what happens. To me, when I see breadth and all these things that people talk about, and I look at the tape and I see it, because it's like I look at those things as saying, understand market environment. Then I go and I look at what's happening in the tape, and I watch the reactions on sell-offs, and I'm like, indexes are still tied to the AI theme. That's the reality
100%.
of it. And so until that changes, then I realize it's, again, nothing matters until it does. And indexes are always going to find a way to go higher, and they'll tie themselves to a theme until that little string gets so withered away, and all of a sudden it can't hold it anymore. But until then, I've just learned I don't want to be early when I'm fading, the stock market. I'd rather be late.
Yeah, I think this idea that deteriorating breadth is some sort of specifically foreboding tale. At the risk of saying it's different this time, I will say with respect to the S&P is driven by share buybacks are a big deal. Passive is a big deal, and so you have these big cap companies are just such a large part of the index. The parts of the economy that are struggling, a lot of those companies aren't in the S&P 500 anymore. They're certainly not to any degree
The Russell
in the weights. They're more in the Russell, but also Russell has a lot of these speculative tech companies, which we've talked about too. But so the idea that the weak parts of the economy can bring down the indexes amidst share buybacks into the end of the year and all the passive inflows is challenged. Now, where passive inflows start to come under pressure, and which I think is important for this week, is jobs, right? If jobs start to show more signs of deceleration, we get the ADP this week on Wednesday. We're not getting government data. So the ADP data now is basically the government payroll data. And we're going to get that now weekly also from ADP. If we start to see more of a slowdown in labor force momentum, those 401k contributions start to slide, and then you start to lose some of that passive support there. So I think that's that'll be interesting.
Exactly, and again, it becomes when the market starts to get weak, it becomes obvious. Jimmy, we'll go to you.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to point out, I mean, there's some tax strategies too at the end of the year where a lot of folks in the equity world look to do, tax harvesting and liquidate some stuff to capture, to kind of offset other capital gains. This year with the market so strong, we probably won't see as much of that tax harvesting, because they don't want to have the capital gains until January. Then they could postpone that part of that tax liability to the following year. So there's probably going to be less of that going on this year.
Yeah, let's take a look at the tape. S&P this morning, 68.89.5, down, up 15.5 bucks, up a quarter of 1%. Nasdaq's up 140, 26,142 and change. Russell's down. A lot of talk on the Russell last night with the Sunday show. I was cracking up. I'm not long Russell. Everyone likes to bust my chops. I was long Russell for a period of time, and I made money on it, and I still get kind of crap for that. The Dow down 50 bucks, 47,670. Natural gas above $4. It's at 418 now. Again, I think that energy becomes more and more the story into next year. More focused on natural gas. We'll talk more about it where I think crude oil comes into play as well. Crude oil this morning is pretty much flat. It's at 60.92. And then you've got gold is up 32 bucks to 40.28. Shai mentioned copper. It's at 510 this morning, up a third of 1%. Silver is up 26.5 ticks to 48.42, and platinum is up 18 bucks to 15.93. Metals still bid. Can't keep a good metal down. They're very buoyant, those metals.
They are very buoyant.
30s down 8 ticks again. It continues its bleed. To me, it bleeds back down to the bottom of the range, and most likely it's a buy again. We'll see what happens with 30s, but ultras are down 12 ticks to 120.29. Again, ZB is 117.02. We'll see what Jimmy thinks about that 117 handle. Short end of the curve is pretty much flat. 10-year yields this morning come in at 4.09. And then we have the dollars up very small, up against currencies, yen, euro, pound, pretty much flat. And then the Swissy, it's up half of 1%. And then you got Bitcoin down 2% this morning to 108,180, and ETH is down to 37.18. Jimmy, what did you see in the overnight tape?
Yeah, I mean, the dollar, and as Craig mentioned this, the dollar index is kind of breaking out of this, this longer term double top pattern right now. And we started this breakout on Friday. So, and it's prominent enough to kind of raise an eyebrow right now. So, we're getting close to tracking a $99.80 dollar index as we go. So this is 4 days, boom, we had to blast off 4 days in a row for the dollar index. So that's kind of number one. Keep an eye on that, see if that continues. On the 30-year, I mean, yeah, you're right. We're at 117 handle. We're right there. This is the fourth day in a row where we had a pretty decent sell-off. I have a PAX line right here at 116.24 at 30 seconds. This is where he's going to be a buyer. But this is looking pretty negative today. I mean, literally, the yield has changed 3 or 4 basis points since I logged in this morning on the 30-year. It was 4.664. It's a little bit higher now. 10-year was 4.09, about a 57 basis point separation there. High vol level is at 118. We're really, really far away from that. That's a Menthor Q level. They have a gamma condition negative. And a small kind of one-day expected move of only 0.54% today. That kind of surprised me. But yeah, I'm not, ready to hit the buy button yet on this 117 handle. Man, we should see 116 if this continues.
Yeah, I think that's going to be something to watch throughout this week as bond markets continue to slip, especially the long end.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think definitely watch the long end. I think that's going to be weak, particularly into Wednesday when we get the issuance from the Treasury on what duration they're planning on buying.
Yeah. And so Wednesday is going to be a big day this week. It seems like that's going to be, hump day is going to be the big day. So that's the Supreme Court, the issuance. Yeah.
ADP as well.
We
ADP.
have ADP. We
Wow.
have,
So Wednesday is the day.
yeah, we have a lot going on Wednesday.
Jimmy, back to you too. A dollar up most against the Swissy. How's that look on the chart? I'm curious to see that. Swissy's getting hit modestly, but it's done so well against the dollar. Just kind of curious what that looks like.
Well, I mean,
Let's
this is
break it down a
following the
little
dollar index. I mean, this is the fourth day in a row. Big sell-offs happening. We had a target wick down here back on the October 9th. We just fell through that big time today. We have some other longer term support back in August at 1.239. So that's my next target level right now. But look at the moving averages. The 8s crossed underneath the 21s, crossed under the 50. Stochastics are in the basement. This is really, really weak. So the Swissy versus the U.S. dollar is definitely in a bearish disposition right now.
That gets interesting, guys. What does that mean, right? The Swiss has been a market that we watch against the dollar very closely. Dollar was getting weak against it all year. We talked about this earlier in the year, how the dollar getting out of the dollar, and a lot of that was getting into Swissy. Any thoughts on this?
Well, I think, the S&P has intervened when the Swiss has gotten too strong. And currently, market conditions kind of meet all of their typically, all the conditions they typically look at that prompt an intervention. And so there is talk that they might be intervening in the market right now. We won't know till later, so keep that in mind as well.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, it's just something to look at. I mean, that the positions that are getting potentially squeezed that have gone from dollar weakness into these currencies, into other areas, seeing a little bit of that, but it's really kind of balanced, right? Because Bitcoin was one of them that was getting bid up. That's now getting a little bit weak. It can't really hold a rally too well. You see, I mean, Ethereum as well. You're seeing some things against the dollar, doing good, some things against the dollar doing bad. It's kind of a unique period right now.
Yeah, I think that $100 level is really something to watch, because every time we've kind of reached that this year, it's kind of been rejected from that area very strong, and we're literally almost there, and we've got the 200-day literally just right above at 100.17, and we're at 99.933. So very interesting to see what happens around that $100 mark.
Yeah, I think implications across all markets if that starts to happen. Craig, we got a couple minutes left. Final thoughts coming into today.
No, I think the dollar is something we really got to focus on. You have this idea both. It's a growth differential story, right? U.S. relative growth versus the rest of the world is better because of the AI CapEx story. And you have a yield differential story here with the Fed trying to tighten financial conditions by removing the rate cuts trying to remove the rate cuts for December. Relative yield advantages too kind of favor the dollar. So the Fed trying to tamp down financial conditions and tighten was a concerted effort last year. I think it's something that maybe didn't get picked up on by the equity market last week, but I think it does matter into this week. And so I'll be looking for that. And with respect to the VIX, just lastly, even with markets, being as firm as they had been, VIX is kind of sticky here. It hasn't really been able to materially break down yet, and you'd expect it to into year end with the dynamics in play here. So I don't think people are thinking we're out of the woods yet. Final thing, just on funding, on Friday, the standing repo facility got hit for $50 billion. So there's some funding strains going on in the banking sector. There's some banks that are under pressure. SOFR rates just printed 422. Up 18 basis points from month end, so a big jump in funding rates for the end of the month. We'll see how that plays out over the course of the week, if that's just a month end thing, or is this a growing liquidity strain issue that's developing here as the government is not paying its bills, right? It's hoarding cash here in a government shutdown. Treasury general account has risen by over $200 billion over the course of the last few weeks, so that's removing liquidity from markets and from banks. That's analogous to partly analogous to what happened in September 2019 when we had a repo crisis. The Fed has put this facility in place to prevent that, but more folks are going to start talking about this if the funding dynamics don't settle down here in the next couple of days.
Yep, the repositioning around the dollar and where people have been putting money out of the dollar gets really becomes a big part of the story, I think, into the end of this year, because it does feel like that's what's happening, because some things are staying within trend, other things are not. Dollar crosses 200. What does that mean? you start to see some moves across the board, hopefully bring some volatility to the indexes. It's about that time for this morning's Edge Report, but I want to say to the chat, good morning, everybody. Remember, huge lineup. We've got guests following this morning's Edge Report. Then we've got Farm, and we've got Pax, Sara, Nick, Christian. We got Nick4ATick and Merritt. All of them coming into today to trade Qualifier 3. But we're not there yet. It's about that time. Jimmy, take it away for this morning's Edge Report.
Good luck to everybody participating in the qualifier today. Let's take a look at those. Let's take a look at a few of the markets that are in play today. Let's start with gold right now. This is a daily candle chart in gold. Kind of frame the conversation here for the recent consolidation we're seeing right around that 80 EMA and that 20 EMA. It's kind of a baby candle so far today. I went to Edgeful this morning. I was like, all right, what happens on a Monday year to date so far this year? 67.44% green, 32.55% red. I'm trading in the challenge. I want to keep that stat in my mind. We have a high vol level at 39.95, positive gamma condition, and a decent one-day expected move of 1.39%. Intraday, we do have some targets, but look what happened when the London initial balance. Boom, we rejected any type of effort to go back up. Sold all the way back down to VWAP. VWAP kind of held right now, and now we're kind of fighting our way back. I would keep our eyes on this one-day min, approximately 40.52. Should we get a breakout to the upside if I was trading, along with previous sessions highs. So those would be my breakout levels. On the downside, I'd be looking at this support down here around S1, 0 DTE pivot, 39.75. And then there's all sorts of gamma levels below that, including that one-day min, which is all the way down here should things get out of hand, 39.40, give or take. So that's the story on gold. Let's shoot over to crude oil because it's another market that we're able to trade today on the challenge. And I'll start with the daily chart once my charts populate here. Again, Edgeful, I went to the stats. Mondays, year to date, it's almost a 50-50 proposition. 53% red, 46% green on that stat. High vol level, $60.75. Positive gamma condition, one-day expected move, decent, 2.07%. You could see we're like firmly in the rotation zone, little actually above it right now with that 80 EMA kind of popping up above that 21 EMA right now. But the 50 is holding pretty nicely as resistance so far. So we'll see if we can get some traction. But sellers are kind of taking over right now. Stochastics are looking pretty strong as well. Again, London initial balance sold off. We haven't had that same recovery that we saw in gold. On the downside targets, we have 60 spot 5 put support. JAX 4 a little bit lower. S1 60 spot 1 2. JAX 1 all the way down at 60 even. On the upside, JAX2 is kind of framing the top of the conversation, along with R1 at 61.50. Above that, we have that 0 DTE gamma wall call resistance is 62 even, and that one-day max should we get a breakthrough to the upside on crude oil. Now let's go to the biggest wild card. I know a lot of folks don't routinely trade the Euro FX, but let's take a peek at it because it is one of the markets in the challenge. Again, 50-50 proposition almost on Edgeful on Mondays, 51.16% green, 48.84% red. That's a year-to-date look back for Mondays right now. But look at this chart. I mean, we're selling off pretty big. This is, mirroring the dollar index we already talked about. We broke through these previous lows, and this was, beginning of October, one spot 159. I'm going to round up a little bit. Moving averages are all moving down. The negative gamma condition, we have a high vol level at 1 spot 17. I don't think that's going to be in play today. And kind of a small one-day expected move of 0.35%. Stochastics are in the basement. So again, feeling like this, we should be a little bit shorter. Again, the London initial balance, boom, we sold off. We're making new lows right now. We're breaking through that London initial balance low right now with the pretty dominant red candle. There's a lot of targets down here as well, including 0 DTE put support at 1 spot 1525. S2 a little bit below that, and then there's that one-day min again. If I'm trading the challenge, and I think we're gonna break down to the bottom, I'm looking at these one-day mins and these one-day maxes from Mentor Q, and that's approximately 1 spot 151. On the upside, should things turn around, we have the pivot at the top here, along with the JAX1, the biggest gamma level, 1 spot 1575. So having said that, good luck to everybody who is trading in the challenge today. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shai, guest for today.
We have Abdulaziz. He is an energy observer. He's been involved in the industry for eons. He has a special interest in the link between upstream and the market. And we're going to talk to him about what's going on with OPEC, what that decision really means, and kind of what's going on in general with the supply gut or no supply gut, et cetera. So,
Oh, great. I look forward. I love Abdul. He's great. I'm going to let you guys talk about the OPEC stuff. I'm going to ask him a couple other questions about it. I like watching the crude people talk about the crude stuff. Let me come in and talk about something a little bit different. Ask him about energy in general. All right, let's bring in Abdul. Abdul, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Anthony. Good morning, Tracy. Good morning, everyone. Great to be back here.
Great to have you here today. We continue to talk about energy not getting really the love this year. I mean, it's good to see crude at lower prices, I think, for consumers, right? But ultimately, everyone is wondering, why is crude a little bit weaker? Is it a supply issue? Is it demand? What's the story as to why crude just seems to be just tagged to $60?
Well, great question. I think crude is looking for economic growth. It's looking for positive news on the geopolitical landscape. It's looking for positivity in the global diplomatic relationships. I think crude is looking for potentials to see more growth being built in new economies. It's very difficult to dent the demand of China or India, but it's also difficult to get more supplies going to newer markets. And I think that adds to the story of why crude is so weak. And in addition to this, there is this conflicting messages from different agencies on what happens with the glut. Is there going to be a glut, or are we anticipating a glut? Why doesn't the number reflect that? And how does that add up? And I think that's why crude is trading in these ranges. But we need to also understand that there is a market management strategy, and the market management tools are quite content with having crude becoming less volatile and more stable than fluctuating up and down on headlines or news.
So we talk about crude being weak, but maybe is it just priced right? I mean, I think when you look at the chart of crude, everybody tries to get it down when it's at 100, and then everyone tries to get it up when it's at 30, right? But maybe is it just priced right here for the economy to do well?
Well, yeah, that's the big question. Is the price right? And where exactly is the price right? Is it right for the bigger consumers in Asia and Far East Asia? Or is it more right for the US market and having to fight that inflation battle that has been going on for over 2 years? So which recipe is the right recipe, and how do we answer where the right price range should be? That's the question that most producers are concerned with. But of course, most of the consumers are actually trying to avoid having, number one, inflation in the West, or deflation in China and in Far East Asia. So it's a tale of two stories of where should the right price be. Is it higher than 50 or lower 50s? Is it in the 60s? That's a difficult question to answer.
Last question before I let you and Shai talk about OPEC and all the things that are way above my pay grade. Tracy has really enlightened me to understand the oil market more than anybody. And one of the things that she and I have talked about a lot on this show is $65 seems to be the price to where everybody seems to be happy in the industry, and the industry continues to make money. And if prices stay elevated there or higher, that in the future that actually can bring lower energy prices. I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that.
Well, to be honest, I think the rescue mission is to rescue the industry, the oil and gas industry, from being low on investment for their strategic cycles, 5 and 10 years. The past few years, the industry had received a lot of demonization and villainization and a lot of negativity for whatever it is, whether it's climate or emissions or whatever it is. But I think that to many of us within the industry is the bigger concern, is how do we rescue this industry that keeps the wheels of every other industry rolling, and how do we keep it alive? That is the bigger concern, more than what is the price today or next week.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of negativity, I've often been conflicted on where we see this big AI boom and everybody's pouring billions and billions into this sector, yet energy is largely disregarded, and we're going to need energy for all of these power plants, and nuclear is a great option, but again, that takes 10 years to build out a new facility. We don't really have a lot planned globally, and so when does energy start getting the love again, or the energy sector, nat gas in particular, that is a great fuel for power?
Well, energy is the absolute foundation of most of these industries, particularly AI. And when that crunch starts to hit the expectations of the AI progress, that is when the affection becomes closer between energy and AI. Like a phrase that was used before, AI is very important for our future. But don't forget the AC. We need the AC to be still running, because to still need a lot of cooling. It's not about the technology only. You need a lot of urbanization and industrialization, cooling, to keep this AI running. And that would require massive amount of energy to start it and then maintain it for the next 10, 15 years. And so there is always this, let me say, absence of mentioning how everything requires more energy, not less. And nothing requires less energy, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Now, let's cover the OPEC meeting really quickly. There's sort of some conflicting ideas. Some are saying relieved that there's going to be a pause for first quarter next year. And then other people are saying, well, see, I told you there is a glut coming. That's why they're pausing. So what's really going on with that decision?
Well, I think that decision re-emphasizes how dynamic the decision-making is being put. Now, there was a mention that there will be a halt of returning more barrels to the market for the first quarter, but let's not forget, there was no mention about the finish line. The previously agreed finish line was August of 2026. Are the goalposts changed? There was no mention of that, but there was a mention that the group will be vigilant and will be monitoring how market evolves. Now, I think OPEC is very clear about managing the market, but also very clear about whether or not there is an anticipated slow demand for the first quarter of next year. In the US, there is an anticipated maintenance season during that time, but for the bigger clients in Asia, that's not necessarily going to affect that demand. So it's seasonality for the global market, but that seasonality is testing the glut, not testing how much market is very sensitive to whether or not there would be a slow in demand or a slowdown in the demand growth.
And then next question, everybody's talking about how we have, a billion barrels of oil on the water. This means that, this means that there is a global supply glut because we have so much oil on water. Can you kind of explain what that means and why it's not indicative of a glut necessarily?
I've been in this industry for such a long time. There hasn't been a time when we looked at oil on water as part of the fundamentals. If anything, oil on water is a reflection of how water bodies, whether it's the Black Sea, the Red Sea, the East Med, or even the international piracy, is affecting the security of supplies being kept in storage. And I think given the global geopolitical situation and how particularly the Russian-Ukrainian conflict is playing out, it only makes more sense to put more oil on the water than to keep it in storage onshore. That makes perfect sense to put more oil into floating storage or to put it on water and ship it, rather than keep it in very endangered battlefields where they could be targeted by drones or other means of dangers. Does that play into the fundamentals? I don't think so. I don't think that having a tick up in oil on water is a reflection that there is a glut. Not at all. Demand is still picking up. Most of these ships are delivering to their final destinations, and that is what matters.
We've only got a few minutes left for you, and I would like for you just to kind of lay out what you see potentially happening, or talk about some key moments where you think could bring oil back into the mainstream news here, because like I said, oil's been kind of out of favor this year. It's all been about the metals. We've talked about AI. We all know that energy is going to at some point become the story, right? And it right, Shai, like Shai says, at what point it's going to matter again? It's not been in the headlines much. What do you see eventually taking hold? Give us a little bit of a timeline, end of this year into next year, to where some key things you'll be watching to see that maybe takes oil and natural gas back into the mainstream.
Oh, great question. So to give a timeline, let me tell you, where did we start 2025? We started 2025 in hopes that most of the geopolitical conflicts would be resolved and there would be less risk on the flow and the dynamics of the oil market. That's not really working out very well. Number two, we started 2025 with about 6.3 global spare capacity. Today, November 3rd, where are we? We're barely at 3.1 million barrels a day of spare capacity. We started the year in anticipation that there could be actually a few monetary and fiscal policy revisions where inflation is resolved and more incentives are being made to resolve these fiscal and monetary issues. Well, more trade wars, more conflicts, more tariffs, and so how do we move from today for the next couple of months and then right into 2026? I think there is a lot of risk surrounding the global geopolitical landscape, but oil is kind of keeping its business away from these disruptions. There have been a few disruptions since January of 2025, but the oil market has been quite resilient and making sure that the consumers are secured with the sufficient supplies that they require. So that kind of, I wouldn't say isolate the oil markets from what happens in the geopolitical situation, but when market conditions, global market conditions become better, I think oil is more suitable to deliver a better picture.
Yeah, and we'll be watching. Again, I've been talking a lot about how I think this year is the story of the metals, next year is the story of energy. We'll see if I'm right. Abdul Aziz, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Love your insight. Everybody go follow Abdul on X and check out everything he's doing. Really appreciate you being with us here today.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Shai, final thoughts before we get into the trading day. Another Monday, no news. Wednesday's the day, but anything else on your mind?
Wednesday's the day. We have Palantir, very expected after the bell today. So everybody's watching that, so just be aware that's right after the bell today.
And the competition ends at 5.
And the competition ends at 5, so you'll be trading through Palantir earnings.
Ooh, that gets spicy.
Spicy.
All right. Thank you, Shai.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's bring in Farm. Hey, Farm, great to see you in, regular clothes. I mean, how you doing?
Good. It's better than no clothes, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, what's next? I mean, is he going to come in with no shirt on?
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you might want to call us if you're going to do that first, though. We want to maybe filter it. No, great Sunday night show last night. Not only do I love watching your charts, I thought I got a real kick out of Pax listening to you about the Russell. He had never heard you before talk like that. And I said, well, you're not paying attention, Pax. He loves busting on the Russell. Coming into today, again, indexes, Nasdaq's leading the charge up. S&P is up, following a little bit of what the Nasdaq's doing. Russell's down, Dow's down. Just any thoughts coming into this Monday morning?
Not a ton. Looks like, mostly, especially the last couple of hours, we've pretty much just been dry humping last week's volume point of control. It's just like a middle school dance, just nonstop dry hump. Trying to decide where we're going to go, right? We're sort of tinkered between the upper edge of the primary distribution from last week and the lower edge. But it is noteworthy that we gapped from the 5 p.m. close and didn't quite make it down there last night. So I think early this week is going to be probing last week's profile just a little bit and deciding where we're going to go. But Friday's low was a big spot, and I'm not real surprised to see that buyers came in ready to buy them a little bit this week. So be an interesting week.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the charts now. Let's dive into it a little bit. Also, people in chat are asking if you have an OnlyFans. He's been working on it. I've been hearing. He's just so.
It's private, mostly for caps and picks. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. It was funny. All right, let's go to the 30-year where I'm starting today. 30-year, we have. Man, I tell you, it's getting real close to where I want to start getting long. You got Pax's quarterly pivot at 116.23-ish. I'll ask him again what that number is when he comes in this morning. 116.11 is my support, and you've got all these old lows right here. That's an area where I want to start looking at what's going to be happening here in the bond market. It's getting somewhat oversold here on the RSI. Again, not a reason to buy it, but again, I look at themes for the year. Bond market has been grinding up since April. Fed is going to be cutting rates. I know that there's some fear of future inflation, why the 30s have not loved that. We talked about that a little bit last week. Well above my pay grade on the macro side with QT ending and money supply, and I'm not going to get into it, but nonetheless, I still think from a chart perspective, and I think from an overall theme, I like to buy the 30-year if it starts to get down there. Right now, it's in limbo. It's in a little bit of a breakdown phase, but low 116s, I think, are on, I think that they're coming, and I think that that's an area where I'm going to look to get long. We'll report back if and when that does happen. We'll take a look at gold this morning. Gold this morning, moving averages continue to move higher. We're in not the real short-term ones, but so the 8 period I have has come down. It's getting a little bit flat, but we had a big sell-off in gold, and now we're starting to stabilize again. 39.95. I've talked about, it's my key area. I just think it's a two-way tape. I don't see it just lifting right back off from here, but I do think if we continue to defend this little bit of a range right here in gold, it's like, especially coming into today, if you guys are looking at short-term trading for the competition, which gold's available, to me, today's a day where you could probably continue to buy dips in gold as long as it holds above 39.95. You've also got the 34-day moving average, which comes in pretty much right near there as well, just a little bit below it. So I like the overnight low a lot. I just think that it's just going to be bumpy to the upside, so it's more of a scalpable market. But again, primary trend has been up. Gold is now defending key areas of support. I like gold more on the buy side today. Let's get to crude oil because that is also going to be in the competition for today as people are getting ready to trade that soon. You know, oil, I like this low, man. You know what? I was looking at low 50s, mid 50s. I had this line marked out. That's the old low of the year. I said, if we were to get down in here, I wanted to buy it. It did not get down there. And in so many ways, I think that is, not in so many ways, and that is a more bullish sign. If it doesn't get to the area where you're looking for support, it stops in front of it. I think that oil is, for today, we'll talk more, opening range on Sunday night, relatively the high, but I think it's coming into support. I actually like buying dips in oil again today as well. I think oil, the trend looks like it's starting to turn back to the upside. Even though the opening range from overnight is relatively the high, I still think it would not surprise me today if you ask me what market has the most opportunity from where it is from its current range to retrace it, because that's kind of what you look for in these competitions. I like oil. I like oil on the dips. I think that oil, again, is becoming more and more front and center of attention. And I think that oil will potentially have its day. It's not there yet, but for today, competition, I like the bid in oil. That's what I'm looking at. That's really what's caught my eye this morning. We'll let you talk about the indexes.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like most of the instruments included in the challenge are sort of within range, right? Like probably balanced days other than the euro clearly going to zero. That's your trending market. So balanced traders.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the euro, the Russell, just lump it all together, whatever.
The euro. Let me just touch on that real quick before we go to you, because I got it up and I see my chart up there. Yeah. Euro, very bearish looking chart here today. Opening range near the high. You've had 4 consecutive days of opening range. Not the high 3 days ago, but really euro looks bearish. You're right. That thing could be looking like it's going to zero. And I think it's tied to the Russell, if I'm not mistaken.
Definitely.
It's correlated.
Definitely. Yeah. So, I mean, the nice thing is if you're a balanced trader, right, and you just like trading both ways and you're looking to scalp a lot of trades, then, you look for a balanced market, something that's, got a nice clean balance day. And if you're a trend trader, then, you look for the trending market or the breakout market, right? So anyways, but I do have ES up. And so you can see the scene of the crime, the middle school dance here, basically, where, again, the last few hours we've just been sort of sitting there playing both sides. But the fact that, we came down, we had that afternoon sell on Friday, which, I think it's safe to assume was just some end of month player that for whatever reason decided, needed to wait the last 10 minutes for liquidity. It looked pretty gross, but it basically just came down to the lower edge of last week's volume profile. And so to pop off there makes a lot of sense. And the problem then for sellers is, well, now Friday's high is sitting right up there. We did sweep above it this morning, not too long ago, and kind of failed. But, sellers haven't done a whole lot with it. Generally, what we've seen is that once, you get into a little bit of a 30-minute downtrend with lower highs, lower lows, once you break that back to the upside, the low is in, and then it's just up only mode. I'm a little bit more skeptical here, or at least tentative, where I'm not just going to like bank on that assumption. But I mean, look, the big thing is, to me, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. We came down and we sort of made a partial back test of that 1024 high, which was that first day we gapped. Sorry, puppies are going nuts. And so that's a huge, huge back test. And sellers didn't quite get there on Friday. They came a couple of handles short. And maybe that's a little bit of a sign of weakness. Who knows? But I mean, there's no way bulls aren't looking to buy this, right? And so the follow through bid makes a whole lot of sense here in ES. And so for today, to me, my early edges are, the 6,900, 6,902, which includes Friday's high. If we get failed pushes through there, like we've gotten here overnight, a cash hours fail always means more for me. But if we do continue to see failed pushes through there, then I'm looking for rotations back towards, just call it 68.80, basically, with potential for 66 to 69 and come down to that 5 p.m. settle, maybe. But it looks reasonably constructive here so far. It just does seem like every time we get off, it's like something changes, right? It's boring, we're talking, and then there's like a mega bid that comes in right at 9 o'clock or maybe they sell them off. But those are kind of my early edges there on ES. NQ, I'll flip over to NQ real quick. Similar picture. Last week's profile, maybe not quite as clean, at least to me, but it still was generally a balanced profile. So I'm very much expecting two-way trading. It's just kind of working up last week's profile here. It looks pretty good to me. And it's going to be the same deal. Can bulls sustain a bit above Friday's high, sort of end this sort of downtrend? And then do they make a run back up towards the highs or not is kind of the big question on NQ. And so for me, it's this 200 to 213 spot that's kind of big. I do think if bulls give this back, call it 128, 141, maybe 120, a little bit lower. If this is offered, we can get rotations back down. So I definitely think a lot of two-way trading until, what I would like to see, and I'll go back to ES for this, but there's a higher than normal probability. I mentioned this last night that we take both sides of last week's range. I don't have time to get into why that is. And generally, you want to be trading with trend. So if that were to happen, I would sort of prefer to see last week's low taken first. Maybe we get a little bit like the proper gap fill from Friday the 24th, or maybe we come down for a back test of the prior 5-week range just a little bit lower. That would be nice, and then come back into range as long as, these would be the key reclaims. If we leave last week's range to the downside, key reclaims are going to be 66 to 69 is like kind of your bare minimum. And then above 77 to 80, I think it's go time. If that were to happen. Now, it's possible we go up and we take the high first, and it doesn't mean we are going to have an outside week, taking both the high and the low. It's just more of a risk than normal here. And so if we do come up and take the highs, and then we get sucked back in range, I would say back below 19 to 22, then that's the risk of potentially seeing this come back down and through. So that's kind of like big picture mostly, because this morning's not doing a whole lot. We've got our early edges here, I think, for today. And that's kind of what I'm looking at for today. And apparently the puppies thought my analysis was horrible, and they were just yelling at me about it and heckling me.
Well, no, they didn't recognize you in street clothes. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's probably what it is.
That's probably what it was. Well, it's an hour later for me, right? So we'll have to factor this in. I was worried. I was like, oh, the kids are going to be awake. They're going to be loud. Well, didn't think about these guys. So we'll have to make an adjustment for Thursday. I guess I'm on next.
Yeah. How frustrating do you think it is for the Bears knowing that they couldn't even fill that gap? I mean, looking at that. I mean, the indexes to me lately have just been, man, it's like they just can't get anything going to the sell side. I have really been staying away from the indexes from a swing perspective for a while. Just not much to do there. I was looking at it last week going, oh, at least they should do is fill this gap. Like, why not? Especially with all the things going on last week when they got into it twice, couldn't do it. And then, here we are back in this range. And I think, again, Wednesday's a big day because we've got ADP. We've got the Supreme Court ruling on tariffs. And then Shai talked about the issuance from the bond side. And Wednesday is probably going to be the day where we do get some volatility spike within it. But again, coming into a day like today, we've got all these traders getting ready to trade the competition. I mean, Nasdaq's already up $182. We'll see what opening range does. I actually really like Pax's strategy coming into a day like today. Everybody knows that we're super bullish, but let's see what the opening range does today. If it chops around it, it's probably a nothing day. But if it's opening range high or low, almost would expect a possible small trendy day inside this range. I mean, I don't know what you think, Farm. It's just there's just not a lot to do here.
Yeah, again, that's sort of what you expect is if we take out and sustain above Friday's high, we just kind of rip all the way back up. I mean, that's the way things have been anyway since at least May. I'm a little bit more skeptical here than I have been in prior instances where we've had a short time frame downtrend. But that's the script, right? We just kind of, sustain above Friday's high, and then it's just a single candle all the way back up to last week's high. So if that happens, that's great. If you're in it and you can hold some runners for competition, that's fantastic. I'm a little bit skeptical, and I'm definitely watching this 19 to 22 spot because, again, each time we take out a prior day's high after we've had a short time frame downtrend, it's just been go time. We'll see. I would watch this 19 to 22 spot. We had this pre-market high, came close to it on Friday pre-market. So I could see a scenario where we take out this high but failed to sustain above 19 to 22. And maybe we see some new sellers come in. But, the selling, to me, all that matters, there was some very strong selling the last 2 days. But it's like, Pax and I were talking about it. It was like, is that just end of month seller? Was that just like some AP just needed to come in and unload some of the book? Like, we don't know, right? End of month is usually bullish. Like, look, if they come in and they're selling them and that heat is still there, then okay. We'll see. And this is definitely not heat. So maybe we got some news. I just told you every time we get off, it's either going to rip or it's going to dump. So I stayed a minute late just so I could see it. So you guys have a great day and good luck.
All right, Farm. Thank you, buddy. See you later.
Take care.
All right, everybody. It's about that time. Qualifier day 3. Last chance to get into the final, which is going to be on November 17th. Now, today we've got great traders in here this morning. We've got 5 of them. Now, they're competing in a different prize pool than you guys are. They're competing for 5K, one winner take all. Same rules and restrictions that you guys have. If you guys haven't seen the rules, go back and read the website. And I know people put it in chat. We'll help you in chat as well. But read what the rules are before you begin to trade today. And know that if you make it in the top 10%, you're going to get a chance to go to the final round, which we're giving away $250,000 and $100,000 to the winner. That's a big number for a sim prize challenge. And so today, take it seriously. I mean, that's the one thing I will tell you. Take it seriously. Get a chance to win. And today, of course, we're giving away $50,000 and $8,000 to the winner in the qualifier competition. And we're going to be giving prizes throughout really the top. I don't know what exact percentage it is, but a good amount of people at the top are going to be getting cash prizes as well. So, again, it's one of those things where it's not going to be your typical day, and I explained this in the last 2. You're going to see the traders come in today, and they're going to be looking at this a little bit differently than they do with their other trading, actually a lot differently. I had this talk with Pax about it. He's like, well, I don't trade micros, or I don't do this. And I said, I know, it's a competition. Have fun with it. We want you guys to have fun with it as well. It is for real cash prizes, but know that it is a little bit different. It doesn't carry over into your regular trading. So when you're watching the traders today, understand that they're trying to win as well, but they're also going to be talking about technique. So it's about that time, everybody. The 5 traders we have with us today are going to be Nick4ATick, Sara Strat Sniper, Christian Trading Boxes, Merritt Black, and Big Brother Pax. Let's get ready to trade the open. What's up?
Yo. Morning, gang.
What's
all right?
Pax, are you there?
Yeah.
I mean, really.
He's busy.
All right, now listen. Okay.
Here we go.
You just said that you were supposed to read the
going
rules.
Into this already?
Yeah, you said you were supposed to read the rules beforehand. Well, of course, I didn't.
No,
so what are the rules of this thing?
I'm not going to tell you right now. Figure it out.
Yeah, I'll figure it out as I go. I figured I would figure it out as I went.
Pax, you're only allowed to trade 1 micro.
Seriously,
right, Sara.
3. I know that. That's the one thing I do know, sister, is 3. 3 allowed.
Damn it.
3 in total.
They're sabotaging them before we even get into it. Merritt's not saying a word. Merritt's going, I'm not saying anything. I'm letting this just pass. He goes, he's never going to figure this out.
Hey, listen, if it wasn't for Merritt, I wouldn't be here. Merritt had to call me 10 minutes ago to tell me where to find this entire thing on the domes.
We were in the green room, and I just saw this look of pure panic in his eyes, and I was like, I got to call him.
I couldn't figure out where to find it.
Oh,
The
my
chat
God.
said Pax doing Pax things.
Yeah. If it wasn't for Merritt, I'd have 30 minis on.
So, again, everybody, everybody tuning in, understand the dynamic today. Again, it's a competition. It's a one-day competition. You're going to have multiple markets. You can trade all the markets that are in there. So it's 6E, MCL, which is a micro crude. You've got micro ES, MNQ. Trying to think what other ones are in there right now. I can't even remember all of them right now. How much am I supposed to remember here? But you guys can trade
Nasdaq,
all of them
S&P,
all at
crude,
once.
Gold, and 6E.
That's right. That's the one I forgot was gold. So you're able to trade all of these at once. And so that's, to me, what makes this difficult, right? Because you're not going to get a really big position on in one market. you're going to have to look at other markets to see what's happening. My thought for today was, Euro breaking out to the downside. I think Euro has some volatility there in it. I also think, gold always has volatility. I think the last couple traders that won was T-Trades and JadeCap. They were in, I think, more Euro and gold. Boy, did they get a choppy day last week for their qualifier too. That was a rough day for the indexes. But again, it's going to be interesting to see what all of you guys do coming into today. And I tell everybody, take it with a grain of salt. This is not their typical way that they're going to approach it. And so they're going to probably be in a bunch of positions or looking at things differently. But we're going to go across the board. We're going to go with you last pack, so this way you can get settled, take a breath, be ready. I'll come. We'll close out with you. Christian, we'll start with you. What are some things you're looking at coming into today?
I'm looking to hopefully do the right buying and selling.
Yep.
And hopefully that plays out. But, I typically share my morning plan. I'm not going to do that today. But like you said, we are in a range. We can get a little bit of a trend upward. All we're doing is building out this daily consolidation between prior week high and for ES prior week low. For NQ as well, but the prior week low is a little bit far away. But this is, we put in a good sort of daily higher low last week. And we're seeing now the reversal from that. So we're building out the range that we're in. And I am going to continue to see if we can build that range for higher prices until we maybe take out prior day high for both and then see if we find some resistance there for a pullback. But I do think a little bit of possible mean reversion as we push up higher.
Merritt, we'll go to you. Everyone, they're going to get charts here in just a second. I'm curious, paging Shy Girl, what happened there? I saw Nasdaq went from 26,180 up to 26,260. You saw a spike in S&P. The Russell didn't rally though. The Russell just said, so it must have been something with inside the Nasdaq because the S&P.
It was Amazon.
I'm curious what you guys. Amazon news. Got it.
Yeah.
Merritt, we go to you. What are you looking at today? What's the game plan?
I'm going to be just a full-on degenerate today. I'm not even kidding, man. I am just going to be – I got a catheter in. I am not getting up from the chair. I am going to – I'm going to be trading so much volume on these godforsaken micros that I'm going to make – the past couple winners, have been around that $2,500, $3,000 mark. I'm going to make $10K today with $12K in commissions. That's the plan.
That's
Deli, do commissions
Down
go
2K.
against our P&L?
Oh, yeah, they do full
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
We can't have people in there just scalping all day. You can't have people in there just scalping
that's
all
my
day
plan.
like Merritt.
Scalping all day. That's my plan.
Yeah.
Huh.
All right. Sarah, I know you're going to take a much more strategic approach. I kind of got my money on you because Sarah's going to come in and she sees all these markets, and I could see her getting into a couple ones that she just kind of holds. What are we thinking coming into today, Sarah?
Well, I, like Christian, don't want to give away my plan for today. But I like all the setups that I'm seeing. So that's a good thing. I don't trade 6E. I was planning on trading oil today, but I don't think oil's going to give us anything. So I might have to switch it to the 6E and see what that chart looks like. I don't even know what ticker that is. Is it just 6E?
Yeah, 6E, Dees. Yeah, it's been sitting on the lows for a while now. It's been kind of quiet. I saw some guys in chat talking about trying to pick a little bit of a bottom in there. The chart looks bearish to me, though, on the bigger picture. Dollar's gaining strength against everything today. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I remember last week.
Yeah, we'll see.
I forgot who it was. Somebody was trading the Arena Cup, and they go, "Which way do I trade 6E today?" And I go, "No way, because you're an inside week." But it broke to the downside last week, so that was the trade. But now it's a bit late. Feels like chasing. So I don't know. We'll see what we get.
Yeah, Nasdaq news is hopefully going to bring some volatility in Nasdaq. Looks like Nasdaq's going to be the market to watch right out of the gates. S&P still relatively quiet. Gold. Pax, to me, let's talk basically coming into a Monday where we are with this market. And I know that this is not your style to do a competition like this, but I know you'll have fun with it, crack some jokes, and who knows, we catch an opening range trade in one direction. It could be interesting. You know, I was talking with Farm about this. We left that gap from last week. It's got to frustrate a lot of people that look at these charts and say, you know what, Nasdaq and S&P couldn't even fill that measly little gap that they had. We're back up in this range. We're kind of above everything. Well, we are above everything, but technically speaking, what are you looking at today coming into the open?
Dreaded creeping rally. The only thing that's actually moving from the opening range right now is crude. It's up 20 cents from the top of the opening range. I tried to buy him, but you know, I got rejected. Apparently you can't trade until 8:30. I didn't know that until just 9:30 your time. Just realized I anyway, so no, the dreaded creeping rally. I don't like dreaded creeping markets. You know, if I wasn't here with you guys, I wouldn't trade. I'd be, you know, maybe look for an opening range trade and see if we can get something. So I'll look for, you know, opening range breakouts with 15 handle rotations. You know, normally when I'm trading that and I get a 15 handle rotation, I'm going to take profit at it. I'm going to add above it. So there's no chance of adding here. So we'll see what happens. I'm sure that, I mean, this is a great panel. Christian is one of my favorite people, and Sara is quickly becoming one of my favorite people. And Merritt is just, I feel like I've known Merritt for 30 years. Yeah. Well, I feel like I've known him forever, you know, so of course, Merritt's one of my favorite people. And so today's going to be fun, you know, regardless of what this thing ends up doing. You know, one of the things I wanted to mention is this is the first time I've ever done anything like this. You know, the only person I'm competing with is me. And I've got to be very, very careful in not letting my ego overcome my self-confidence and my belief in myself. You know, because that's when I've blown up in the past, is when I allow my ego to take over and to size up in the wrong spot, size up when I should be sizing down, take trades I should miss and miss trades I should take. So, you know, this is going to be fun, and, you know, there's no ability to add, so we'll see what happens. But I do think that there'll be a lot of good learning points along the way that I can, you know, certainly learn something from Sara. And, you know, I'm not a scalper, so I don't anticipate learning anything from Merritt, but, you know, Christian certainly can, and and just have a good time all around. You know, this is a business, my brothers and sisters. Please, this is a business. You're a small business owner. Treat this like you're a small business owner, not like this. You're not going to the craps table. You're not going up to the blackjack table for one more hand. You treat it for one more hand. You treat it like that, and you'll never make money long term.
Well, you know, Pac's always going to bring everybody back in to understand that this is a different type of a day, and don't let this spill over into it. Into your trading. But again, it's a day to have some fun, have a chance to trade sim, compete in the markets. Again, I don't always think it's the one who trades the most. I know Merritt thinks that could be the way today. What I've seen in these previous ones is the ones who have really kind of just stayed into it in the early rounds, in the early time. And because towards the end of the day, a lot could happen. What we've noticed is, and there's been a theme, everyone starts off somewhat strong, everyone gets into a drawdown, and then the person who's just been kind of steady is the person who ends up winning it. We saw that with Jade Cap. Him and Stowe were really down to the very last few minutes. And then last week, T-Trades, with it being as quiet as it was of a day, I think he won by having like 50, he won like put up like $40 or $50, and because everyone was trying to chase too much. And so again, there is some strategy to it. Don't overthink it. Don't overtrade it. Have fun. And hopefully we'll see some of you that are here on NinjaTrader Live in the final round, which will be on November 17th. I'm going to hand it over to you guys. Can't wait to watch this with you guys. And again, for me, it's always fun seeing, you know, my people all together. You know, I love all you guys. You guys are great. Have fun today. Chat. Hit the like and subscribe button for this crew. Show some love. We're already at 154,000 followers. We were at 150,000 just 2 weeks ago. And so let's keep that momentum going. I will see you guys in chat. Later, guys.
See you, brother.
Hi, Nelly.
Hold on. What's the size we can trade in gold? Only 2 lots?
2. Yeah.
Oh, my nudge. I should have read the rules.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
It's
Okay.
3 It's 3 on ES and NQ. It's 2 on everything else.
Really?
Yeah.
Gee, how in the fuck am I going to take? Okay, never mind.
What's the logic for that? Like NQ is one of the most volatile. Why give us the most size in that?
You'd have to ask them. I don't know.
Oh, I hate trading the Nasdaq, but all right, here we go.
And we can't trade for 15 minutes.
Right.
Ugh.
We have to talk to each other.
What do you mean?
Wait, Pax, you can't say everybody's your favorite. Which one of us is your favorite?
Well, I love you all equally, but you know, I relate to all of you differently.
What a dad answer.
Thank you. You know, Chris, you and I have a lot in common, and you remind me a lot of like a young version of me. You really do. And Merritt is a lot younger than me, but Merritt seems, I think, you know, a lot wiser than his years, and you know, and I think that's a testament to his experience. So I feel like Merritt is. You know, like Christian, you remind me a lot of me when I was younger. And Merritt, you just seem like a peer. You've always seemed like that way to me. And Sara, you are smart and talented and beautiful and fun to be with. And you know, I love your entries. I love the way you define your trades. I can talk about, you know, there's a lot of similarities between the way that I trade and the way that you trade. And, you know, and I think that comes from, you know, the place where Rob came from and where I came from, you know, and similar backgrounds in trading breakouts and things from the trading floors. So, I mean, I think this is a great panel for me to be on because I relate to all three of you in very deep ways. So I'm excited about today.
Aww.
Thank you. That fucking clap. Who put that clap sound on there? That's funny.
That was probably Mr. Austin. I don't know who runs those. Is that Austin?
Oh, look at that. Who's more likely to talk smack? Oh, I know who I'm voting for. I'm more likely to swear, but I'm not going to talk smack. I might actually. Yeah, I might.
Axe is in the lead.
I voted for Merritt.
Yeah.
I voted for Merritt too.
Yeah, I did too.
No, I don't have the static. Wait a second. The static is the one that moves, right? The DOMs that move. Now, I had to change them 14. I've got like 15 DOMs up right now because I like the DOMs to move. So I don't want it to be I want to be able to see which one is leading between the S&P and the Nasdaq. So I'm going to be centering my screens an awful lot, and that can get annoying. But I don't like seeing price just in the middle of the ladder. It's harder for me to be able to see the movement of it, if that makes any sense. All right, let me get rid of this. Okay, there we go.
Gorgeous.
What do we see on the screens? What does everybody see?
I see an entry I just missed.
Yeah, I've got one in crude too. Another one in crude. What's gold solar? No, somebody said I look nervous. There's a difference between being nervous and being kind of geeked up, you know, for the open. So one of the things that I do in the morning, well, I do a lot of things in the morning, but I wake up at 4:45 and I go through a whole morning routine. So by the time the market is opening, I am at my peak. You know, I have
Peaking.
Yeah, I mean, you know, spiritually, emotionally, and physically, I feel as strong as I would at any other time during the day. All right. So 60.82, gold, crude's opening range is 60.82 to 60.88. The pain line is 61.08. So that's not doing anything. Gold's starting to break. No, gold's doing nothing. Gold is back in the opening range. Shit, we're not going to have anything to do. At least not in crude and gold, nothing. And then Nasdaq and spool, let's see.
This is a little nerve-wracking though, isn't it? Like, I'm paper trading on TradingView NinjaTrader for the first time ever. So hopefully it goes okay.
Wait, you're trading on TradingView?
Yeah.
How do you get to trade on TradingView? Don't we have to trade on Ninja?
I hooked up my NinjaTrader to TradingView because NinjaTrader is a broker on there now. I just found this out. I don't know if I'm even, I mean, I've seen other people trade on TradingView, so I was like, I'm gonna do it.
Huh. Could I trade on CQG?
No.
But I hope it's the same as normal TradingView paper trading where I can slide my take profit and stop. I'm not sure. We'll see.
Loon really nailed it. Since the meetup, Chris's smack talk went parabolic. And I'm here for it. I love it.
I just had to show my personality in person, or else if I laid a joke on live and you guys haven't met me, probably would have been kicked out.
Man, we still got 10 minutes.
I was so glad we get to sit next to each other at that dinner. I mean, you took a special place in my heart, the way that you erroneously and nastily translated the nice things I would whisper into your ear to the people around us. I lost my voice that night at dinner, guys, and I was telling him to say, hey, yeah, I think tell Pax I like his shirt. And he'd lean over and say something just sexual and just Merritt says he wants to this.
That was a great night.
Oh yeah.
It was a great night. We sat around, we had dinner, all of us had dinner together at Anthony's club, and he had gotten up and had talked a little bit about, the NinjaTrader, the network, and about the traders that he had picked. And, I kept saying to him that I think, I've known Tony since he was maybe 19 years old, 18 years old. And I'm like 10 years older than him. I know I look younger than Anthony, but I'm older than him. And I have less gray hair. Anyway, the point is that he was, what Anthony did, and so Tony and I have always gotten along, like Chris, I relate a lot to him just because of the way that he expresses himself and the depth of his soul. Anthony and I have always related like that to one another. And, and I've always loved him, and he and I have always been close, and, and that's only kind of, and I think that shows when we speak to one another. It certainly does when we speak on the phone, when we're together. But the point is that when, I sat back that whole weekend and kind of surveyed what he had put together with all of us, the different personalities that he chose and the different people that he chose with the different talents and abilities and, different parts of their career. And, and I said that at that dinner, what Anthony did is truly brilliant. Putting together this network of people, I think, shows just how very smart he is, and just, it truly is brilliant. And I cannot wait to see how this whole thing continues to flourish. Such great traders with such great personalities, such great talent, different ways of doing things, different ways of going about things. And the journey that we're all on together, I think, is going to bring a lot of good things to the trading community, especially as things change, ebb and flow. When these markets change, see the traders that are going to get hurt versus the traders that are going to thrive. And all of you will be able to learn from all of us, because we're open, we're honest, and we're telling the truth about what's going on in our lives. So, have fun and listen and enjoy, and don't be a schmuck. Hey, could we trade Bitcoin futures?
Nope.
Can't trade anything.
That's the 5 things.
You just got to run like a 30 delta risk reversal, and then they'll let you through that vehicle.
The CAG's coin. So, yeah, there are a couple of people that are in WITSEC. Yeah. Yeah. That guy's from our neighborhood, though. That guy. Oh, man. One of these days, I'll tell the story about going to Saint-Tropez, France with the boss of the Chicago outfit. That's a good story. You think trading is all about priests and saints? Whew. at least on the trading floor. Trading floor was an interesting place. So talk about, what Anthony has put together here. You guys should have seen all the different personalities and the different sorts of people that were on the floor. You had PhDs, you had geniuses from Stanford, you had street guys from Taylor Street and street guys from Bridgeport, and you had Italian guys and Irish guys and Jewish guys from the. It was great. It was. When somebody would come into the Nasdaq pit and said that they're, where are you from? I'm from Lake. I would, me being me, I would take the time to get to know everybody. I'm from Lake Forest. Oh, no shit. Where'd you go? Yeah, I went to Stanford Business School. Stand right here. Make way for this guy. Let him stand right in front of me. And I'd pick him apart, send him back to his father looking for more money from his trust fund in about a month. They always thought that they were better traders than us, and it wasn't the case. I can sit and continue to talk and kill time here, or do you guys have anything you want to talk about?
What's the play, Chris? What are you seeing?
Just full port short. Go for it.
What are you shorting, Chris? You shorten oh, you're just saying that to
Yeah.
Full port.
All of them.
Full port's 3 micros.
Full risk.
Feel like
Opening in the middle of nowhere. Market's not doing anything. Hey, how long are we on this for?
An
I
hour
have
and a
no
half.
idea.
What,
everybody's
Chris?
schedule is a little different.
An hour and a half, we take a break. The next people come in. Some, I think, Merritt, you're staying on for that next sesh.
I am too.
I think you and 9 packs are done an hour and a half in, and then we come back at 2 p.m., I believe.
2 p.m. Eastern?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh. All right.
No.
Merritt ain't saying shit. Merritt's just going to sit there and not say anything. And Chris is going to try to throw us off. Sarah's ready to go. Look at her. Sara knows exactly what she's looking at.
Just want to get in.
I'm making it up as we go. Look at Merritt isn't saying a word. He truly does have a catheter in.
He was peeing.
Yeah, he was. Did you see the smile on his face? He was peeing. That's hilarious.
Oh man. Can you guys tell I have a really
Catheter?
busted lip?
No, shit happens when you have little guys, though.
That's right. We were wrestling in the floor and he decided to frisbee toss a book right at me from point blank, and the spine of it right on its edge just caught me. It's the worst busted lip I think I've ever had. It like split 3 ways.
You got beat up by a baby?
Yeah, essentially.
I
All
wonder
right.
if this is the right. I wonder if I'm in the right thing
Uh-oh.
because it just let me place a trade.
No. Go to the drop down. Hit the drop down. This is
No,
what Merritt
look at
did.
your balance. It's 50,000. It's incorrect.
Well,
Yours
what's it
says
supposed to
demo.
be?
Yours says demo. It's supposed to say CHD
90 seconds.
Naco or something.
Yeah, we have a
Wait.
minute and a half, Sarah, if you want to change that
Well,
up.
we're going to use my demo. I still can only use 3.
Does everybody's account name start with like a CHTN or something? That's what
Uh-huh.
mine does.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what you
CHTNA.
want to look for, Sarah, in your account drop down. See if you can see like a CHTN account.
In here?
No, next door to it. See where it says demo? See if there's a drop down there.
No.
Manaj, you're
Maybe that doesn't connect to TradingView, or it does.
It should. It's just a paper trading normal.
Well,
All right. So you got crude back in the OR. You got crude's back in the opening range. So that's a nothing trade. And gold, however, is trying to press a little bit lower. Jeez, I don't want to be short gold, but that's the trade. That's the trade. All right, we're open.
I'm not in live.
All right, very good action.
Just want to get in. So I don't know.
Let's see how the open reacts here. We are a little bit extended from this just recent push.
What markets you talking about? NQ?
ES and Q, yeah. ES has a sort of line in the sand here around 69.05. That it's sort of been, I call it the bull bear zone. We're barely trying to, we're negotiating, possibly getting above it. NQ is already above that similar. I mean, NQ is already coming to my first target, which was prior day high.
On the connections tab, you need to connect.
Well, it took the platform about 10 seconds at least to fill all my orders. That was pretty
Hey,
sweet.
does somebody else want to share their screen? I need to figure this out.
Go for it, Chris.
I'm not trading it. Whoever's
How do
trading.
you know how do we share the screen?
Oh.
Hey, this is a little bit more active of an open than I thought.
Gold's getting hit pretty hard here.
We also have, oh shit, I just got stopped out of some shorts too. But this is, you kind of have the indices doing two different things. I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah.
Where the hell am I going? Little gold don't go. Okay. Shite, I missed that trade. Not chasing. You get the indices doing two different things. I'm not a fan of that. I don't like trading indices at that point. Oh man, I missed that. That was a nice little gold short.
Nothing for me here, chat. Good luck to you guys as well.
I scratched 04s. So far, that's all I've done.
Trading.
Shit, that would have been a nice gold sell. All right, what are my targets in gold?
ES is getting rejected. Gold rejected. NQ's the strongest. News on Amazon, Nvidia gapping up higher. So if you're long NQ, getting paid.
Here's my gold plan. If anybody wants to see this. See, these are my targets. This is what I write out. I write this out every night, and then I type it up and send it out. But downside target is going to be 0204. So I'll sell 0204s, and then the quarterly pivot is 84. So I'll sell them at 0204. You know what? I can sell 13s.
Ooh, my account balance is 0.
And it's gone. Pretty strong divergence here between ES and
Is there
NQ.
anybody on the back end that can help me? It says 25,000 on my NinjaTrader, but on TradingView it says 0. Maybe I'll just have to use Ninja then. Okay.
Gold is just in a range. It's wedging up. It's getting ready for a move here soon, maybe today or tomorrow. But it's getting tight. Maybe we create a reversal here. Let me see.
Now, how do I manage this? I take partial profit at my rotations. Okay. The Nasdaq gets up and goes. It's going to get up and go.
I've almost clawed back the 300 I was down.
How do you tell what your P&L? I don't want to know what my P&L is. What the fuck is this? What is this? Beat it, you. No, I don't want a 3 lot there. I want a 1 lot. Oh, I know. Okay. I'm going to do this. Okay. And the Nasdaq, I want to go to 168.
Hold right back up. Yes is failing at that 69.05 area. See what it does at 69 at 68.93 here. NQ was so close to my first target at prior day high. I do have a swing in NQ from last week that I'm managing that on the side. And I was looking for prior day high, but didn't get it.
I've got 5 positions on.
You're set.
70. Let's put it at 75. Well, let's see if we get these rotations. Geez, do I trade my P&L or do I trade my process? That's the question. If I'm going to trade my P&L, then I'm going to flip in and out and do some flipping like Merritt is. And I've got 30 cents into this Nasdaq trade. If I'm going to trade my process, I'm going to wait for the rotation down to 168, 170. So I got, it would be 170, 180. So I've got targets in front. Here comes the S&P down to the first rotation. So I'm going to take profit on these, and I will add underneath that. Here we go, mother. Hubbard, old Mother Hubbard, sand in her cupboard, eating her curds and whey. Yeah, come on, baby. Uh-oh, I don't know what that is. How do I get rid of this
The
shit?
leaderboard is like slow to update, huh?
Damn,
I'm sure, 10,000 accounts, initial opening volatility, it'll settle in.
All right, so I got my rotation trade in the S&P. Let's see if I get it in the Nasdaq. Now what? Okay, 89. So we can only trade. Okay, 3 lots. So I'll flatten up here and underneath 70, I'll sell more underneath here. Okay. Oh, I can't even put in a sell stop. Manage. Okay. So then I can only sell 2. All right. Now, if I was trading my own shit, I'd be looking to add underneath 89, which I'm going to try to do here, put my max position back on. Give me another rotation, baby. Rotate lower. Go 88 offer. I'm putting in a scratch stop for the 2 I just added. Right now, I'm willing to take an expense on it because the market is trying to rotate lower. Go 88 offer. There we go. Scratch stop. Can't lose money. Now I'm flat Nasdaq. That was a nice 65 handle wrote. All you guys in my group ought to be killing it right now.
What the hell did I just do?
Trading actual money. Okay, flat Nasdaq. Nice 65-point move. All right. I added nice in the S&P. You know, Nasdaq gets underneath 65. It's going to fall the farg apart. Anybody ever see the movie Johnny Dangerously? Great movie. You fargin' ice hole. 89 to 74. 74, you dirty door. Here comes the next rotation, my guys. So 74, I'll put in bids at 76 for a deuce. How do I, there we go. What the fuck? I'm not trying to sell him, you son of a bitch. Why won't let me put in more than a 1 lot to buy? Because I've got a stop in?
I don't know. I got screwed up there too.
Oh shit, here. This is where I want to sell the NAS. Ah, I got him in the wrong spot. Well, now I'm stuck with him. I want to be precise in my entry so I can be precise in my exit, and I screwed that up in the S&P. I mean, not in the S&P, in the Nasdaq. And I'm going to pay for these. You know, well, fuck. Damn it. I took a 10-pointer. Here, give them to me here. All right, here.
Yeah, and straight down.
So I sold them at this rotation, looking for 03s now. They go offered 60s. I'll put in a scratch stop so I can't lose money on them. 60 offer. You see, you dirty dog, you dirty, dirty dog. There we go. If I get 10 points into the trade in the NAS, I'm not going to lose money on that.
What the hell?
You still not trading, Sarah?
I'm trying to like partial out of some things and it just keeps telling me no.
Yeah, me too. Because you got to, do you have a stop in?
Yeah, I just deleted it, which I don't like that.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I just stopped out of my NASDAQ and those are going to be good. I didn't pay for my SPOOs. So I'm going to do that now. They're paid. Okay, now. All right. Shite. I had a good NASDAQ trade on and I stopped out for a scratch and wasn't paying any attention to it.
I don't like that I don't have a stop in.
Boy, I'd have a lot of fucking S&P on if I was trading my shit right now. The NASDAQ doesn't want to take out this. It's churning. The NASDAQ is churning this 68 rotation. The S&P is below its first rotation. So the S&P is weaker. See, you guys? So the rotation of the NASDAQ is 68.89. So it's trying to rotate down to 74. So I want to buy 76s. NASDAQ just, it's churning 68. So look, you know, I didn't make this shit up. Okay. This is how the algorithms trade at. So this is 65 handle swings. We got the 65 handle swing to the downside. That's 168. And right now it's just deciding whether or not it's going to churn. It's going to trade lower to 103 or it's going to continue to churn 68. Now, you know, I should be short from 68. I don't want to complicate my day, but you know, whatever. It's not real money. So let's see if I can get it. I like to see the S&P trade down to 76 pretty quickly so I can take these off. I sold the opening range in the NASDAQ. No, in the S&P. Actually, I sold the pay line, 69 even. I covered him at 89. There, I'm short Nas. Covered him at 89, and I added him back. Okay, now. What is this button that keeps coming up? All right, now I got him again. Come on, Spool, lead the Schnaz lower. I'm gonna screw up my Spool trade by taking a 10-pointer on a Nasdaq when I could have scratched it. There we go. Now go.
I can share.
Oh, go ahead, Chris. Paper, rock, scissors.
Okay. Well, I gotta look at your screen. Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah. Paper, rock, scissors, shoot.
Shoot.
Wait, there's a delay. Oh,
We're both scissors.
paper, rock, scissors, shoot.
What is that?
That's paper.
What is that?
Please, you just go ahead.
Oh, shit. I didn't want to do that.
Okay, so am I sharing? Oh, I have to share. 1 second.
I'm scratched out 68's a bunch, 73's. I got the S&P on nicely. Let's go. Now the S&P is going to start to drag the NAS again.
Where do I can't find the second. Okay. All right. I should be sharing now.
There we go. There we go.
All right, so I'm long gold here. We are in this large wedge. We can only trade 2 contracts in gold, right? I have max.
Right.
Yes. All right, so gold is in this daily consolidation here on the right. On the 4-hour, we are in a, let me show it over here. We are in a, what I call a 50 EMA wedge. We're sort of negotiating here between 3991 and 4043. We're contracting here for a move. On the hourly, we have a perfect hourly base or wedge structure. And so my trade idea was a mean reversion entry off the bottom of this wedge support for it to look something like this. Your entry's at the reversal here, your stop is here. So I'm looking, I bought the support of this wedge in anticipation of a possible breakout higher that can lead to prior day high. So that is what I'm looking at here. A new hourly 9MA uptrend away from this overall consolidation. And we'll see if we get it or we don't. So that's essentially my entry. And I'm just going to see if we can get a breakout.
New highs on gold. Well, yeah. Come on, give me 4038.8
32
on gold.
And I'm just going to ride that. All right. I would love a long in gold in Nasdaq, but it may not be ready yet.
Order submitted. Oh, good.
Tech remains weak.
I paid for my short Nasdaq at 68 again. I paid for him at 58. So now I'm looking for this rotation down to 103. If I was in the pit, I'd be offering them like crazy. 160, 160. And then get all of the small traders to start offering in front. create order flow. That's how order flow is created by the HFTs and by their algos. Same way that I did it. It's no different. All right, well.
Order canceled.
I'll add SPOOs underneath 74. I'm going to take profit down here at 76. I'll add at, oh, I don't have a bid in. I'm going to add underneath here.
Order submitted.
Yeah, S&Q remains so weak.
Order submitted.
Don't fade the OR, baby.
Order canceled.
103. I'll make it 113.
Order held. Shit.
What the fuck? Excuse me.
Fuck yeah, though.
Why can't I put in, I can't put in a bid in the Nasdaq? What? No. Oh, because of my stops.
I know. I'm.
That doesn't happen to me. I've got plenty of margin in my accounts to be able to handle that. Okay. Fuck it.
Oh.
Oh, God bless it. I just bought one. Fuck. I don't know where I bought it, so I don't know where to put it back. All right. I got the rotation here and everything. So I'm short a runner left. Cancel my stop. I'm short a runner here. Same thing.
Damn, you guys are doing good.
Or not crude. Who's long? Phoenix? I'm short, baby. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, Phoenix. Listen to them. That's right. I'm long. Everyone get long. Phoenix is short. Sorry, I see what you're doing. So we got the rotation. Do you guys all see this? So look, the S&P came down. Remember, I always use 2 points in front of my rotations. Okay, so 74. We came down. What's the low? I bought 76 halves. Came down, and I've got a runner left. Nasdaq came down. I don't know how low. I ended up buying it in the 20s on accident, but 1875 is close enough. The Nasdaq came down to so 10-point wide in the Nasdaq, 103 to 113. When we stop just in front, you got to jump up and buy it. I did it on accident. It was a happy accident, but I did it on accident. Okay, see what I mean, Jelly Bean? Now we go 103 offer in the Schnaz, I'll sell more. We go 76 offer in the S&P, I'll sell more. Sell them until your front end rejects them.
So you just use the DOM?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, here, look at, can you see my stuff?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the DOM and the OR indicator, I'm just looking at, like, this is the Nasdaq. The opening range is 233. First rotation is 168. Second rotation is 103. So I'm just looking at this and that.
Order submitted.
Same thing in the S&P. Opening range is 04, 89 to 74. A lot more active of a day than I thought it would be. And Sarah, I have no idea what my P&L is. I don't ever pay attention to my P&L. My wife was a clerk on the floor for 18 years. So she manages all my trading accounts. She'll tell me if I ask, but only if I really want to know, and she'll tell me, like, she'll say, oh, you had a really good day today. Or, hey, take it easy tomorrow. So the idea of that is that so I protect me, I protect me from me. I need to, like I said earlier, the only person I'm in competition with is me. And so, she wants to make sure that I'm going to protect myself at all times. So I don't want to make trades based on my P&L. I want to make trades based on my process.
Gold, get.
I missed that gold trade.
I think me and Chris are in it.
So now the S&P is churning this 74, 76 area. Can't get through it yet. This rotation, see, SPOOs are trading this rotation, churning this rotation. And the Nasdaq can't quite make it down here. But, if the S&P takes out 74, 76, then the Nasdaq will try to take it out too.
Yeah, ES is leading lower.
I like to see the Nasdaq lead. All right, there. I added one. Stop in for a scratch. Can't lose money on it. Stopped out. Try to put it back. Shit, I got stopped out. One notch. Sold it again. I'm going to sell 74s too. So I'm going to use, I use 74, 76 as another opening range. There. I'm full port again. I'm full unit again. So I added at 76, added at 74. I'm about to scratch that out. Slap it back on. My notch. Now my average price here on my ads are 75, so I can stop out there. 74 equals 30. You see that? Now I wanna slap them back on. Underneath 103, I'm gonna add more into the Nasdaq. I've stopped out of one at 74. I don't want to turn myself up. Now I want to put it back on though. All right. Sell them until your front end rejects them. We can't take out 74 yet. Not going. But you see now the market, now the algos are trading down here to see if they can extend it another 15 handles. If it doesn't, if they cannot sustain, if they cannot break on below 74, 76 at this point, this could be the low and we can trade back up to the last rotation, which is going to be 89. But I don't fade the OR. Oh yeah, that'd be nice if we got that gap fill. Yeah, we still have that 41 quarter gap fill, remember? What's gold doing? No, gold's back to nowhere. Did you guys sell 70? Oh God, I just sold 74s in the hole.
Shit.
Not to hold for long though. I scratched these. You know, I see like on Friday on the stream, I see people talk about, you trade like me, then you're going to get stopped out of a lot of shit. And that's true. I get stopped out of a lot of shit. You see, I just got stopped out of 76 and 74s, but I'd rather miss a move than to lose money, and I don't lose money. I spend it. See the difference? How many of you guys have been taught to flatten up before a number?
Mm-mm.
Not me.
Ugh.
Deadlift, where in Ireland are you? Deadlift, where in Ireland are you? Kenmare? I've been there. And just in Killarney not long ago. My daughter danced in the All Ireland National Championships, and they came in first.
That's cool.
He did. And then she retired. I just fucked that up. That was bad. That was a bad entry. Okay, here we go. Should I full port shorts? Just slap them on because we're 2 rotations down. That means that somebody's got an inkling as to what's going to happen. But I don't gamble, so I'm not going to do that. I would rather wait to sell them underneath the next rotation. See what I mean?
Whoa.
I'm not going to gamble with my dough.
Missed that entry, re-entry. On gold.
Whoa, look at that.
Where's gold at?
41.
Oh, there it goes. Now, oh, hey, this is a big level in gold, you guys. 40.41 takes us above 41. Above 40.41, gold takes us up to like 40.80. So you guys, Chris, you still long gold, man? You got him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just holding that.
Fuck, I missed my reentry in the S&P. Good lad. All right, now 1303 in the S&P, in the Nasdaq. We're getting that next rotation now, you see? Spoos are coming down to 59. 59 will be fine, although I've only got one on. That's sucky, 2-bucky. Come on, Schnazzy, give it to me. Remember who created you. Remember who birthed you. You son of a bitch. I brought you into this world. I'll take you out. I was one of the first traders in the Nasdaq. I helped create that market. Proudly so. Like I'm talking to one of my daughters. Come on, sweetheart. Not one of my sons. Come on, you son of a bitch. You strike out look and I'm going to slap you all the way home. Not really. I didn't say that.
Oof.
But I did. I helped birth that market. Don't fuck with me now, Nasdaq. Oh, it's fucking with me. All right, now here, watch 113.03, okay? 103 to 113. We take out 103, you want to be short. I got him on in the shitty spot.
Yes, coming down to 68, which is a good area there.
Yeah.
And Keys back testing the sort of overnight range.
Okay. So I'm back to being short my runner from opening range in the NASDAQ. I just gave up 10 points. That sucks. But if we can take out this level, that'll be fun. Phenomenally. We're back to the spoozies here at 74.76. So I've got, we didn't make that rotation down here to 59. So I've got trade selection. I can sell 74.76s again. All right, try one on for size, see if it works. NASDAQ needs to take out 103 for the S&P to weaken. They're coming in line now. It's not going to do it. It's not going to do it easy anyway. All right, see if they want to hold this now. Come on, go.
Interesting inflection.
What the hell's that mean?
Interesting moment at these prices and the way the order flows interacting with indices here.
Sold. There we go. I'm scratching that 74. No, I'm not. Cancel. Oh, geez, I got that. How'd that happen? Okay, now. I'm looking at the matchups. I'm looking at the SP and the NASDAQ. Never mind. That was ridiculous. Okay. Come on, go 73 offer. Scratch stops in. Can't lose money. Nasdaq's. Oh, how the fuck did I flatten in the Nasdaq? I want to be short my runner, man. I don't know where I flattened, so I don't know where to put it back on at. Well, whatever. I can always put him back on underneath 103. Or I can stack it. I can sell 13s, pay for them at 03, although it moves so fast. Here, see if I can do that. All right, now, what the fuck? What am I selling? I just sold a 4 lot.
You can sell 4 contracts?
No, I'm in the wrong thing. I don't know what I did to my dome. I'm going to screw this up because I lost it. Okay, there. Shit. I don't know what I'm doing to myself here. I'm missing this NASDAQ trade because I had it in the wrong thing. Oh, I am still short one NAS. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm up. Yeah, you can do whatever you want to do. Damn, I missed that NASDAQ trade because I somehow X myself out.
As soon as I can move my mouse, I'll share the screen.
I thought I'd been sharing the entire time. That's the screwy part. Okay, so all right, here's the NASDAQ or the S&P here is underneath this rotation. So I took here short from the opening range down to 89, 89 down to 74. Okay, now underneath you're short underneath 74 to 59. So I put him back on underneath 74. NASDAQ, I wanted to be short 103. God, I got the static dome up and I don't want that. But anyway, so the S&P is now going to try to rotate down to 59. So another 10 points in this trade. The Nasdaq is the stronger of the indices. The Nasdaq is at its second rotation and just below it by 10 points. So the SPOOs are already at its second rotation, but working solidly below it. See what I mean? So let's see what we're going to do here. I got to get rid of this dome. I want this. Do I want the static dome or the dynamic dome, Merritt?
I don't know, brother.
I want it to move.
I don't use domes. I don't know the difference between the two.
I think I figured it out. Okay, there we go. All right. I'm trying to do this at the same time teaches how to, right? I'm trying to teach and trade at the same time. I mean, this isn't really trading, but I would be short a nice package, and the people in my group know what a nice package is. I would be short pretty good size all the way down. All right, let me see what some of the comments are saying. Oh, what the fuck? What's this? Sad horn. Can't make it to that next rotation. So now we're going to come up. I'm going to scratch out for a scratch. I didn't pay for him. That's on me. So I'm down. I'm back to being short.
Now we're sharing my screen here, so I'll try to talk a little bit. Bought these lows in the S&P. You can see the order flow coming in nicely here. Delta neutral is a concern in the NASI. Obviously, this is something of a downtrend, since the open, but it's a rotational day in the Nasdaq. We're just coming off our lower standard deviation. It's a decent trade location in both markets, reacting to some prior areas of established balance with the profile. I'm going to scale out of a third of these longs. I am in a crude oil long from 60.73, but that thing has been slow. I've scaled out of it when it left the area of entry. So that's what I'm up to. I was short the euro early on. It was kind of compressing into those lows, knocking on the door. So I kind of positioned there, and then it spiked into the news there. I think I was flat before the news. So that's it. Just looking for something of a pullback here in the indices right now, and long crude. I caught a nice gold off the lows when Chris, where you were long, I was also in that position, and then I got out kind of once the new highs were made into this kind of, the stop run completing, and that was it for me.
This is the area that we need to hold in ES and NQ, or that opens up much lower.
Look at that, Pax. Somebody just said, listening to Merritt and Pax is like a narration by Morgan Freeman versus Samuel L. Jackson.
I hope I'm, who am I?
Oh, you're definitely Samuel L.
I was afraid of that. Although I love them both, but
absolutely, they're just different. Yeah.
I was hoping I was the older, wiser one.
That was good. What do you think about gold, Chris?
Gold's breaking out of that wedge, but we are into that first resistance up here that I have at 4,044. So it's right. I would say it's stuck between a breakout and that resistance, but I do think the breakout is stronger. So I'm just looking to hold this long for the rest of the day.
Oh, nice. Good for you.
Where are we at in gold, Chris?
4,038.
Okay. If we can get above 40, you got another $40 in that long. I mean, above here. Let me see what my plan says. But above 40, the next bigger level in gold is going to be 80. It's like 40.80. So you got, 40.85, baby. 40.85. Ooh, you might have a good one on. And I'm thinking about covering my runners.
Tried to get a little cute there and flip short. It's going to cost me. That was a big cost.
I'm flat working nothing. I could have covered my runners a little bit better, but that's it. That's just that the lows are in. If we take out 76, I'll slap them back on. But right now, I'm flat. I don't fade the opening range, so I'm not going to get long. Why is it weird, Zen Veg? We're below the opening range. Why would you want to be long? We're below the first rotation, trading the second rotation. There's nothing here telling me to be long. In fact, I'm going to slap them right back on there. There. Short one, put my runner back on. Let's see if I can slap another one back on. What the liquidity was resting at 68. What the fuck does that mean? The liquidity.
I am the liquidity. Yeah. That's what you're thinking, huh?
No, not trading 3-lot micros, but I've been the liquidity. I don't know what that means. 68 was last week's Val. I don't know what that means either.
Who's Val?
I don't know.
Val Kilmer?
Shit. shite. I just stopped out of my 76s. Scratch the roof or two. All right. Now you want to trade 76, 74 like another version of the opening range, right? So if this break's got any legs on it, it's going to take out this level, put them back on. Let's see what we're going to do. Come on. Stay underneath here. Go. Safe. Safe. 73 off, and I got a scratch stop in.
How about that game 7, Pax?
Oh, that was amazing.
That was so much fun.
That was
I was
amazing.
getting sleepy. I could barely stay awake, but
oh, me too. I was on the phone with my son. My son's a college baseball player, so I was on the phone with him and all of his baseball buddies. I was texting with people in Toronto. I was texting with my friends in Chicago, texting with my brothers all over the country. Oh my God, I had a blast. It was so much. Me and my wife stood up and watched it with me. So much fun.
nice.
Oh shit.
Wait until your boys
Whoops.
get a little older. What's wrong, Sarah?
I didn't realize I still had something on. Whoops.
Short?
I don't even know. I just saw it on the chart and it wasn't supposed to be there, so I got out of it.
That is an important, actually a very, very important thing to do and something worth talking about. If you wind up with it with an accidental trade on something you did not intend, the rule of thumb is to just get out. GTFO. Don't work out of it. You know, just get out. If it's not something you intended, do what Sara just did. That's the mark of a pro. Opening range indicator is not working. Hey, Jamie, so go, X out of your, try, when that happens to me, X out of your Ninja and then go back, you know, and then sign back in. Sometimes that helps. And believe me, I'm the least handy. Look at the Nasdaq is getting smashed out. Look at, so now the Nasdaq took out 103. So the Nasdaq, listen, for all of you Nasdaq traders, the Nasdaq just took out 103 and is now trading down to 38. And I covered my runners right when they were breaking. But I got the spoos on here. Now the S&P is going to trade down to where? Where is the S&P going to trade down to? 59. So I'm going to put in bids at 60. We go 59 offer. And yes, sir, I'll be buying more. No, I don't want a two lot in there. Uh-oh, I don't want that either. $60 F. Don't want to be a dick for a tick, schmuck for a buck. Now Nasdaq back up to 103. So you got trade selection. Nasdaq's back up to 103. You got trade selection. Shit, I do too. I got trade selection. I missed it. There you go. Well done, Don. All right, here, trade selection again on the Nasdaq. You want to be short 103.03. 113 to 03, someplace in that general range, Ruski. I missed that again too. You know, I don't trade Nasdaq very much. Actually, I don't trade Nasdaq at all. There aren't too many active traders that have traded as many Nasdaq for their own accounts as I have that are actively trading, and I rarely trade it anymore because, you know, I mean, I'm sitting here short at 74 with my stops in, my feet are up. I got my bids, and there's nothing I can do. The Nasdaq, I'd be in and out. You know, I had a sold 03, stopped out, sold 03, stopped out, sold 03s, maybe buy 13s, you know, and chop myself up a little bit, right? And then they go. I don't like that back and forth. I like it nice and easy like this. What do I keep doing? Yeah, try them on for size. Yeah, that sucked. They don't want to go. See, they don't want to go easy.
Order filled.
We're trading them.
Upfilled. Mm-mm.
You can get 38s out of this deal.
Strong opinions held loosely.
38 to 50. Put a bid, bids in at 50. Sold 100 at even. 50 at 90. 80 packs sold. 80 offer. How many you want, motherfucker? Can't say that.
Max, you cracked me up.
I mean, how many do you want, sir? How many would you like, sir? I bought 20. All right. Yeah, you got them now. Wait until I shove them in your keister. That's what I'd be thinking to myself. Now everybody that picked me off at 90 and 80 are sitting there thinking they got me. Ooh, they got me. Ooh, they got me. Oh, they do got me. Come on, Nasdaq. Why don't you make it easy on us?
Yeah, it's getting a little sloppy in this
It's been
region.
sloppy all day.
No way. Had a great little sell-off early, man.
Yeah, but even that was sloppy. What is this? Oh, how do I get rid of this fucking thing? Where's the cancel button on this thing here? How do I get rid of this? Anybody know? Escape. Never mind. Okay, I've not paid for this. I'm going to pay for them. No, I'm going to miss it. I paid for them. I got a deuce on. Okay, now rotate down. Give me the rote. 38. Look at the divergence. So the S&P is down 4 on the day, and the Nasdaq's still up 190 anyway. Has not been a real, I mean, you had, the Nasdaq is making you work for this. Oh God, I got to change my stop. Rookie move, rookie move. How many times have you guys done that before? You buy something, you buy a partial, and then you don't go change your stop, and all of a sudden you're reversed.
Order filled.
Order filled. All right, I'm flat Nasdaq. Paid for it with 10 points. Big deal. Spoos, I got my runner on. Nasdaq just doesn't want to go. But it will. Just making you work for it.
I shorted gold right there, Chris.
Good area.
Yeah. It's just been stalling after that stop run, and saw some sellers pile in. So here we go.
Where's gold? Gold's at, gold's back to the opening range. Should I get fancy? Yeah, get fancy.
Order canceled.
Yeah, that 40, 43 areas what needs to get above. If not, it won't go.
I just sold the top of the opening range in gold, so I'm going to try to get fancy. What's the bottom of the opening range, you guys? Anybody in my group? Oh my God, I'm going to have to look. You guys put it in Discord. What's the bottom of the opening range? 29. Thank you. Oh, I can't sell anymore. Can only trade 2 lots. 4029.7 is the bottom of the opening range, all of y'all. 29.7. So if you want to be short, you want to take a short underneath there, that's what the algos are going to start pressing lower. So I got what in our group we call fancy. I sold the top of the opening range, but because You can't trade more than a 2 lot. I couldn't add to my size. Okay, now here comes the spoos. Here come the spoos. Here come the spoos. Jared, where am I
so
taking profit on
close.
these?
There it is.
30.
All right. I'm missing the Nasdaq trade, aren't I? Fuck.
Well, it's coming back down.
Just
No.
shorted than I'm short Nasdaq from 85s. Just kind of an obvious breakdown pattern.
Why am I short ES and not
Still plenty of
NQ?
energy yet to release.
I went to short NQ and I was on ES. Moved so
Oh.
slow.
Did you guys see what I did in gold or no?
I don't care about ES. It's annoying.
So to kind of illustrate what I did, I sold the top of the opening range in gold. When they took out the bottom of the opening range, that's where I put my stop in. So I could not possibly lose money. Oh, fuck, I'm flat. Okay, so I took profit in the spoos. I'm going to sell them underneath 59. Oh God, I missed it. The S&P made it down to its second rotation.
There's that energy release. Almost to the composite point of control.
Damn it.
26015.
I'm only short ES and not NQ, and that's fucking annoying.
I'm gonna sell them underneath 38. Okay.
ES wants prior week low, prior day low at 40s.
Gap is at 41, you guys, 41 quarter. We did not fill it last week. We made it down to 43. So you want it, the market wants to fill the gap now.
I'm flat.
I'm trading 57, 59 like another opening range.
This is annoying. Come on, it wants ES wants prior week low, NQ wants 26,000.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I would have a hard time selling him here in the Nasdaq. 25,907. Ah, Nasdaq's got another 130 points before it gets to a big level. Oh God, I just sold Nasdaq. Fuck, I didn't want to do that. I went to go center my screens. I sold the deuce. Oh, now I got him. I just covered him. I wanted to put in a stop and I covered him. Well, whatever.
Come on.
Put my runner back on in the S&P. I should be short a full unit. 41 quarters a gap fill. 68, 41 quarters a gap fill.
Yeah, it wants it.
Yeah, it does.
And I'm only short ES and not NQ. God damn it.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yo, Jimmy Cags.
Oh, what a great start. You guys are doing it.
Just another day in the life, grinding.
Merritt, you said it. You said it this morning. You were gunning for bear, man. You're at the top of the featured leaderboard right now.
Really?
Yeah, was I not supposed to say that? Pax is close second though.
Well, let's see what it's like after commissions.
No, this is calculating commissions. We got it's automatic. It's on the leaderboard. So if you're not following the leaderboard, we'll cut and paste it into the chat. But great job, everybody, man. It's super. We got some movement. We got some markets. We got some great analysis from you guys.
Fun.
So thank you for doing that. We are going to do a little bit of a transition, though. Now,
Hey, let me ask a question. Why isn't anybody else teaching? Why isn't anyone else talking about their process and teaching their process as you go but me?
When the guru speaks, man, everybody listens.
We can't all teach simultaneously.
Anyway, well, so Pax, you're going to get a break, okay? So, because you're going to come back later on this afternoon. Chris is going to get a break. He's going to come back later on this afternoon. This is going all day long, folks. We got a lot more fun stuff happening, a lot more live trading. So Sarah's going to stick, Merritt's going to stick, and Chris is going to stick for until lunch. And we're going to bring in Nick4ATick. So thank you, Pax.
You're welcome, guys. Thanks.
And thank you, Chris. We'll see you guys later on this afternoon.
Take care.
See you, Pax.
All right, we got Nick in here. All right, Nick, you got some catching up to do, but I have faith in you, brother.
I've started worse last time, so we'll see what happens. I was, trying to manage two different things when I started, as always.
I got down $300 within the first 10 to 30 seconds when the opening bell rang because there was a 10-second delay on my full port orders.
Well, it is not a sprint.
So what I'm saying is you can pull it back, no problem, man.
We got all the way to the Globex bell. We got stuff happening. So appreciate everybody doing this as well. I'm going to dip back in the chat. I just wanted to be here for the transition, explain to everybody that Pax is coming back later on this afternoon. And Chris is coming back later on this afternoon. They're going to be busy all day long. So we'll see how that P&L goes. So best of luck to you guys. And I'll be in the chat taking notes.
See you, Jimmy.
All right.
Why don't we let
They
Nick
are
share?
defending this this level in the euro. It's been kind of fun to watch, man.
Yeah, I can get my screen. Let me log in because I'm using the NinjaTrader web. Let me do it on the other computer.
What are you focused on, Sarah? You and I are kind of, I think you and I are a little introverted. what are you looking
I'm
at?
pretty much just trading ESNQ or ESNQ and gold.
Yeah, are you in anything right now?
I just flattened just now. NQ doesn't have much left, I don't think.
Oh, did it really do that?
This euro is interesting. I mean, that is such a nasty low. Whoa. I did not realize
This is annoying. How do I fix this?
Order filled.
kind of got my face ripped off on the euro there. I didn't really respect it. I thought, oh, you can only trade 2 lots in it versus everything else. And then I think that was the biggest loss I've taken right there. Kind of a mismatch in my normal risk.
Okay.
Order filled. Order canceled.
Oh, that's a bad trade. Just slapped on some gold short, but it's you know, just going for a little momentum play. I need to be super aggressive at trying to come out of it. There we go. There's the scale. It's just a bad location into VWAP here.
Ugh.
Good momentum. We got away with one. I'll flatten it out there. You dialed in, Nick?
Yeah, I'm trying to fix, well, because I was using the NinjaTrader web on my other computer, and then none of my settings ported over to this one. So all my DOMs were missing, and it was like on Microsoft and something else. So no idea why. So give me a second here.
B Scalps says, Merritt, what TF are you scalping? I used to trade TF. That used to be my favorite market. But no TF trading today. Only these basic markets. It's 5 available markets. I think I've traded them all.
Merritt, I think he's asking what time frame.
Oh. Thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome.
I mean, you can see it right here. I've got it's all 1-minute charts. I've got other charts on other monitors that are volume based, but roughly around 1 minute kind of time frames. Missed the longs right here in equities. It was just so mushy. It wasn't good momentum, and so I'm not in this turn, unfortunately.
All right, I am now squared away. How's everyone doing?
All right, welcome. TF used to be the Russell.
Good morning.
Yeah, my first trade was a gold long from whatever, 4015, 4016, whatever, and then
kind of that same one.
And then just like trailed myself out because I was like I was watching too many things, and yeah, that was the trade.
That's the common thing you hear people so far. I've watched some of these arenas so far is people just, it's tough to manage all this that you're not used to managing.
What
That's the
the
hard
hell?
part.
Yeah, and I tried to take a trade in my cash account too, which I knew I wasn't going to do today, and yet I still tried to get short, and then I didn't get an entry, and yeah, so I don't think I'm trading the personal today now.
Yeah.
Just too much going on, man.
Yeah.
But I'm in this long from 26, 25 or 24s. So let's see.
Oh, nice. I wish I was in that.
I just moved my stop. I was going to trail it up now. Oh, no. What is going on?
Dare I let the euro wreck me again? I'm going to put a sell stop in. Oh, man. Should have been in that long with you, Nick.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Yeah, Kersey. Gold is a good market to have in the repertoire, especially given this year and the volatility it has and the movement. It's a good market for short-term traders. And heck, it's obviously a good potential swing market as well. A lot of people sleep on gold. I'm terrified of taking this euro short again. Look how it holding this level over and over.
Order filled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
I hear somebody banging into some orders.
Not
Is that
me.
you, Sarah?
I'm trading. I only have an NQ trade on.
It might be me. No, it
We
was.
hear it.
Canceled.
I don't know how to turn that off. Let's see.
Oh, it's good. It lets us know when you got some activity going. All right, a little down momentum, Nick. Little turn here. Little seller.
Let's see.
Should I short it here and we both make a little on this?
I mean, you can try.
You can try.
Why did that not do what I wanted it to do?
Order filled.
Choo 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 choo.
What is ES doing?
Looks like pretty much the same thing.
I haven't even looked at a 6E chart, but I put one on here just, I guess, for
See
laughs.
that low it keeps tapping on?
Yeah.
I've tried to short it 2 or 3 times and it hasn't worked out.
There we go, NQ. All right, we're back to green, so that's good.
Let's go.
Order submitted.
If sellers stepped on their own foot again, trying to fill the 41 gap, and that's the low of the day, oh, that would be bad.
Order submitted.
I'll take the short this time, Nick. That was quite the selling in ES and NQ.
Stop filled.
Son of a gun.
Don't love that.
Getting a little squirrely up here.
It is. This was like that Asia high.
Order filled.
Scale out of a little there. Chat, this is a classic example of two traders securing, between Nick and I here, great trade locations, good trades, paying ourselves a little along the way. Who knows which way it goes ultimately, but we've both got decent trades on, and that's what makes a market.
Oh, you joker.
Yeah, here's a little inflection right here at the -1.
Order filled.
Don't tell me they just took me out and then are gonna push this.
Oh, at the -1? Do you use standard deviation bands or no?
No.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Damn, that would have been a good ad too.
Yeah, it's still there if you want it. S&P leaving, Nasdaq staying right there.
Stop filled.
Mm-mm-mm.
Hey chat, what's the leaderboard at? Oh, look, somebody else is asking the same question. What's the full leaderboard leaders at? How much harder do we have to press here? 1866. Thank you, Phoenix.
Order cancel.
Wow, 18.
Yep. The sellers so far are not very impressive in Q off this swing high.
Order filled.
So I'm going to flatten out right there. I am in this gold short from 31s.
Order canceled.
What's this? Composite value high 102. Scaled out of gold right there.
Order filled.
I kind of want to buy this in queue here, Nick.
Yeah, I had a good safe entry.
It's just, I
There
got
it
bearish
goes.
context at 102, so I got to respect it underneath there.
The ad was good. I just then trailed myself out of that dang trade.
That's never happened to me.
Yeah, it always happens. Always happens to me.
Oh, yeah. Comes with it. There's no free lunches in trading, are there? You always have to balance. You want to protect profits? Well, you're going to give up some gains. You want to maximize gains? Well, you're opening up profits. I mean, losses.
I just want to say everybody's doing pretty good, especially considering we're inside days still on ES and NQ.
Yeah, this is if you take the featured trader group, right, and add up all of our P&L versus a lot of the prior qualifiers, I feel like this group is super strong. Let's go, team. Q3.
Order submitted.
All right, gold, what are you telling me?
Order submitted.
There's just nothing much exciting in gold. It's in a what, a 4-day balance inside last week's main distribution. And one thing that's noteworthy is that it's held, you know, essentially 3 touches of Globex VWAP. But if we hold this area, it really, there are some decent downside spots to kind of traverse. It's choppy. I'm not going to overstay my welcome.
Yeah, we kind of just have stalled here.
In Q or indices?
And ES, just
yeah.
kind of stuck in this like 20-point range.
Yeah, it's a, like I said, 102, there's a bearish spot on my charts.
Order
You've got
submitted.
this shift on the tape, the sellers kind of, I don't know, profit taking into the lows and all this causing the upward force. And then you've got the downward force, I think, from these 102s, at least in my frameworks.
Order submitted.
I will be right back.
Okay. Has crude done anything? I haven't even looked at a crude chart today.
Yeah, it's trying to go up right now.
Oh, yes, it is.
Whoa. What the hell? What?
Order submitted.
Oh, limit.
Order submitted.
All right, so
Oh, good. We got business stuck with us. There it is. Okay, so let's see. 87.
Order filled.
3 trades on. Only 2 screens. Come on, NQ, get above 26,103. Thank you.
Order submitted.
So stop market.
Order submitted.
Having to manually put like my stops and stuff in.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing. Wait, what just happened? Oh, crap. I didn't realize I had a trade on in gold.
Order submitted.
Oopsies.
Order canceled.
No,
Order
I did not.
submitted. Order submitted.
Yes.
Order submitted.
Get oil.
Oh, it did go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh.
Gold trying to make it back up too. Let's see. Oops, wrong one. I got too many DOMs.
I don't know how you guys do it. And the euro just massive short squeeze. Everybody saw that low, and everybody's getting their faces ripped off. Well done, euro. I think the most taxing thing on me today
Order filled.
doing this is not the activity
Order canceled.
or the, intense focus or, whatever. It is the fact that I changed my layouts across like everywhere so that I could see more rather than having to flip through chart books and stuff. And I like my eyes, you're used to like looking in a certain corner for a certain thing. And now today I'm like out of sorts, and it's mentally taxing. I'm like,
Yeah,
I feel myself getting tired, and I usually don't get tired when I'm trading.
I feel that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I've been at my desk for whatever, a little over an hour, and I feel like, yeah, this has been a long day. It's because I'm looking at too many things.
Mm-hmm.
Order submitted.
Oh, did they really take me out of that gold? Yes, they did.
Order canceled.
61.22.
Order submitted. Filled. Order filled.
God. You just like stalled.
Oil's about to take pre-market highs at 61.22.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Whoa.
What?
Chopping myself up.
Yeah, that's how I feel like what could be happening with NQ right now, for sure.
Have you been still working the long side?
I was looking for it here back kind of into the mid to high 60s, but it just is super choppy right around there for right now.
Yeah.
I wish I was still holding my gold long, but
Bill.
There's the oil high.
Yeah, and that is it's not just drifting up there either. It is on substantial buying pressure. That's the real deal. All right, NQ, my patience is wearing thin.
seriously.
Quant 20, you just how do you combine NADRO and scalping? You just use the NADRO to frame context, key areas of interest, directional bias, and then you use the scalping to read the tape and time up your entries and apply shorter term tactics and trade management schemes and all that good stuff.
Oh, oops. Stupid setting. All right, get out of that. Whatever. Yeah, we cannot make a decision out of this range.
Yep. $39. It's been half an hour now in there.
Mm-hmm.
Order canceled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear any trash talk, Cooper. I think the only trash talk was I was voted most likely to trash talk. I think that was as far as we got.
Yeah, that was who I would pick out of any of us. I would probably say Merritt would have been the one chirping, but yeah, pretty quiet group this morning watching you guys. Let's see.
Wow, the chat voted on PAX. 1,000 people voted. PAX got 47%. Oh, they stopped me out, but I gotta get back in.
Order filled.
I'm just getting chopped up in this range.
Mm-hmm.
Same.
This is not good. My mentality here, chat, is it's indices are obviously in a as we've been lamenting in a chop zone. You've seen me mostly leaning short in Q. You just saw me kind of scale into an ES long when it looked like they were about to break that side. The trick is, for me, again, the mentality, I should say, is kind of positioning for breakouts when I see things that could lead to them, while really trying to protect risk and not bleed out too much and go -1R, -1R, -1R. That's a recipe for disaster. Gold pressing them still.
Yep.
Crude pressing is still.
Order filled. Order filled.
Oh, come on. Oh,
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled.
chat, you having fun watching my uncertainty? Watching me change my mind on what I'm doing with this position every 5 seconds.
Yeah, I don't even know what I'm doing right now. I'm all over the place.
It's tough to read in this environment, but you know. $785.
Ugh. You're inside on the 30 minutes for ES and NQ, hence the shit zone. Oh.
Yeah, this is like nightmare. It's like we're just in this like tiny little wedge in NQ, not moving.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just getting chopped up trying to scalp it.
Yeah, same. Oh, MetaMoo, you're right about everything there with our current eval. It's definitely harder than what's normal, but it's you know, like $300, not 3,000. Some new offerings coming down the pipeline. Pretty excited about it. Not here to talk shop today, but just in general, you know, Apteros is, we're trying to do something a little different, right? We're not in the exact same business model as a lot of other things. You know, with the move in crude, I wish it would rotate around. You know, we got this great big move, but there's just no rotations. Like, give me some rotations to scalp.
Right.
Come on.
Not a lot to say. Still sideways. Oh boy.
Thank you. Are we going to push?
Oh yeah, we push.
Can we push?
You in it?
Yes.
Let's go.
Oof. Oh, it's because I got another position open, don't I? Yep. Shit. I'm doing too many things at once. Bad, bad, bad.
Now, trying to manage several positions that I'm currently in is going to be a disaster, I'm sure.
That's what just happened to me. I forgot I was in I forgot I was in an M&Q long and then yeah, I just screwed myself on that.
Oh, full gluten. Thank you for that laugh.
I'm short from what, 92s in NQ?
Where?
92.50. Someone in chat was asking me where I'm
Oh,
short
92.50. Dang. Great location.
from. Oh, why didn't that go in?
Is that it? That's the bottom?
I hope not.
I think it might be.
At
Hope I'm
least go
wrong.
touch IB low or something. Just can we just leave the range? I don't care.
Right. Okay, Crude, I see you. Down rotation. Let's go. Yeah, that's a good one. Josh Platinum. Gonna have to start calling him Nick4ATick.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, I'm sure you've never gotten that before. That's just such a great location though. You have to teach me how you did that. On that 10-second chart.
Yeah, just 200 volume, something just ridiculous.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Just me getting chopped up, finally working out in that range.
Jim Z91 says he is getting wicked to the tick most.
That is fair.
That happens to all of us.
Filled.
Yeah, sellers came back. We're still in business.
Ugh.
Wah, wah, wah.
Flat.
Order filled.
Oh,
Is that you with a fill right behind me?
I just got taken out of my yes short.
Mm.
Man, that was like a missile back up to my entry.
I would say that this area in Q is the main LVN from yesterday. I'm sure you're aware of that. Well, I keep assuming you use certain tools, then I'm not exactly sure what you're looking at.
Order filled.
What are we doing? Oh, now I see that was a God. Okay. All right, I'm out.
Should have reversed along, chat.
I saw it. I didn't have an NQ chart up on the other side, and yeah, there was a nice little reversal there. Oops.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
Edgy Invest, no, I'm not. No, sir.
Order submitted.
Don't tell him, Constantine. We got to keep tabs on who's getting risk on. Claude, you're right. Chat. L's in the chat. This is my bad. I quit shaking and we quit dropping. That's on me. This one's on me. I felt it coming. We saw it. It wasn't a flipped along. I was being facetious, like hindsight quarterbacking. Nick may have had a very valid signal to flip long, but I'm just.
I did.
You have to teach that one to me as well.
Yeah, I mean it was a little late, like it printed pretty late, and I wasn't really watching the delta on that low or anything if there was a true flip, but yeah, I got one that printed, which probably would have made me think about covering or scaling out of that versus letting it come back.
Mm-hmm.
We're still just chopping around.
Gold. A little heavy, huh?
Canceled.
Ugh. No.
Filled. Filled. Submitted.
Somebody in the chat said, Sarah, all she wants to say is ew.
Well, we have some ooh price action right now, so.
Seriously.
Five days. Ugh.
Oh, we really just cannot leave.
Nice, Tyro. Good for you. That's up there.
Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Now, what is that, gold? That's a head scratcher. Wow. Absolutely, they started
Sitting here clicking
slamming gold and then just a no volume drift back up higher than where they started slamming it from. That I don't understand.
Nasty.
Oh boy. I'm tilting.
She's triggered.
All right, what is gold doing? Oh, see. Way too many things at once.
Order flow in gold is tough. It's very fickle. It's not unusable, but it's has a very different behavior and personality than indices. That's for sure.
Canceled. Order submitted.
Larry, why don't you ask me if I'm single? Aren't you curious?
Oh, it didn't even fill me on that. That's rude.
Come on.
Six E and gold. Let's look it up. Is there a correlation between 6E and gold? Let's look at a 90-day GC. Where's 6E? Minus 35%. So a very mild negative correlation.
Oh, NQ, you're killing me.
This is just nasty looking at NQ. On the 5-minute, it's just, this is miserable.
Yeah. Oof, 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 oof.
That's right, Nil. Last week's VPOC, point of control. We've now accepted back into the 4-day balance that we tried to break out of this morning. Sure, I'll bite. And stopped. Oh.
Gosh. Well, this is going great. I think I'm about to get stopped out on this NQ short.
Yeah, I tried it on that little attempt and quickly said no thank you. Jake, what's up, brother? What market are you talking about? I suppose NQ, since it's in that RPB position. Mean reversion to quarterly and the fresh condition. Yeah, absolutely. That's maybe you just joined, but that's why I've been saying, that's exactly why I've been saying 102 is a bear line in the sand for me here in Q. So I've been leaning, trying to get a breakdown there, but it's as we know, just stalled.
Order filled.
Gold violently pushing back up now.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. NQ. It's killing me. I gotta quit trading this thing. Terrible.
It worked last time, chat. I don't bring out the chart shake very often, but when I do, I drink Dos Equis. You in it, Nick?
I'm still in the NQ short.
Nice. I've joined you.
Just can we break out of this 90 to 60 range? For the love of God, let's do it.
No.
No, we will not. I feel like we got stuck in this range the second I came on.
that does seem to be the only linkage I can think of.
Like the entire time I've been on has basically just been this consolidation and that we're seeing in NQ. And that's really bad.
Scaled some there.
Ugh.
Scratch.
Ew. So bad. Oil's trying to make a new high.
Yeah, I was just looking at that, Sarah.
Yeah, I'm still in a long on oil.
Oh, nice. Where are you in from?
Not like just now.
Like recent? Okay, okay.
I'm targeting it's tiny target 61.50 and 61.62.
Okay.
We did just hit a target. There you go, NQ.
Thank you, chat.
Order submitted.
Sorry, I've been mostly so quiet today, especially this morning. I was just really locked in, just focused on trading. Usually on these streams, I'm really focused on the chat, you know, whenever I can be, and answering questions and going through long teaching stuff. But today's a competition. Today's about, you know, just showcasing trading. So a little quieter from me. I don't normally talk when I trade, so. Yeah, Kevin, it's definitely a different kind of challenge, right? Like kind of thinking fast as opposed to slow, right? A little deeper with one market, glancing at other stuff, but really trying to actively trade multiple markets at the same time is a very taxing, very difficult endeavor for sure.
Watch, we're gonna start moving as soon as it's time for a break.
Probably.
We are.
We'll leave the range.
It's about to happen.
Juicy stops above these highs, right?
Yeah.
No, Neil, that you bring up a good point. The competition does not require anyone to trade multiple markets. So
This is true.
this is self-inflicted.
It is.
You know, we've seen it every time, you know.
Doing too much.
Yeah, it's a choice. You can play it safe, you can stick to exactly what you know and what you do, trade your process, as Roxer Face is saying there in the chat, or you can really try to kind of YOLO it in a sense, right? Max clip sizes every time with multiple markets to give you the most exposure. I was kidding when I came on today. I was just, you know, trying to entertain everybody. They said, "What am I going to do?" I said, "I'm just going to full Deegan scalp everything." You know, I'm very active today, but I'm very much within normal processes and normal type of setups and whatnot. I'm just usually not doing it on super low time frames and across multiple markets. But it's been fun. It's always fun to step outside your comfort zone and do different stuff in a no risk environment. Why not? Here comes the stop run.
Bill.
Hello, guys.
Hey, Jim.
Yes.
Hey, Jimmy Cags.
What a morning, man.
Yeah.
You
Very
guys had
different early morning versus late morning conditions.
not only that, I mean, it is difficult, not only trade having to think about 4 or 5 markets at the same time, but also tell everybody what your thought process is, do it live in front of everybody. It's a huge challenge. It's not easy. So hats off to you guys. You did a great job.
Thanks, Jim.
So Merritt and Pax are still leading the way. Congratulations to everybody who's participating. We'll see how this leaderboard changes throughout the day. We are going to start early this afternoon, 2 p.m. start this afternoon. All 3 of these traders are coming back. Pax is coming back. Christian is coming back. And to trade the close. So this is a long way from over. A lot of potential in a lot of these markets, and we are having a good time. So thank you guys. I really appreciate all the hard work you guys are putting in. And the chat, thank you for being awesome in the chat. Appreciate the thumbs up, the subscriptions. We're going to finish strong today. I know these 3 competitors are not going to give it up. They're going to keep pressing. So again, Nick, thank you. Sara, Merritt, you guys are great.
See you guys. Enjoyed it. See you, chat.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. So that's the morning stream. Again, everybody, thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions. Greatly appreciated. Starting again, 2 o'clock, me and Shai for a couple minutes, and then we're going to rotate in again these 5 featured traders and the leaderboard itself. Congratulations to the top 3. Well, everybody who's participating, but AHS is in first place. HVXS is in second, and Barakapi is in third place. So we'll see how that materializes. Until then, everybody relax, have a nice lunch, take it easy, and we'll get right back to it.